And I was here by dawn. And I was here by dawn.
Why didn't you leave that short to make sacrifices, huh? Catch the cockroaches.
I'll think of something with the Vodyanoi.
You'd better. We don't have time to search for another Vodyanoi. All right, you need to go to the mill. I already sent a salt worker there.
Do you think Vakul will break the seal?
No, I don't know. He'll do whatever he thinks of. He likes sacrifices. Maybe you can make him change his mind with money.
What should I watch out for at the watermill?
I think you should be ready for anything. That demon wanted to meet there for a reason. He has power there, as well as history.
Water mills. To increase the force of the water's flow, it was blocked by a dam. The wheel of the mill was spun by water flowing through a hole in the dam. Water propelled the blades of the wheel or turbine, and in turn spins the axis that drives the other mechanisms. The wheels were used not only for making flour, but also for cutting wood, metalwork, and stonework in cases where manpower wasn't enough. The payment that millers took was a tithe, a tenth of all the flour milled. The workers of water mills were friends with mermaids, leshies, and Vodanoids. On Pentecost, mermaids were believed to have weddings on the water mill's dam.
I'm getting better and better with the book.
Ha! You bet. Knowledge is light. The longer you hold on to this book, the brighter it shines, and the taller the shadow is behind your back. Doesn't matter who holds this book, a girl or an old man. This shadow keeps growing, and in time will cover villages, peasants, friends, and family. Finally, it gets to you.
Well, time to go to the mill.
It's not far from Gaina village. You won't get lost there.
Ah, Vasilisa, here you are. I've been thinking about that wind and three sides and river shells.
So you've remembered about being Sosetko in that spa.
Now, I think we should go back in the church in Yenidor. Maybe something will come up there.
Let's go. But is there anything left? Centuries have passed.
We'll search near the foundations, in the cellar. All secrets are hidden underground. You know that better than most. When we'll be in Galbets, maybe then I can tell some future. I'm a Sosetka after all.
Divinations and Golbets. The connection between the Golbets and the underworld, the world of the dead, is obvious. It was a place where Domovoy was said to dwell, if he did not already live behind the furnace or in the attic. It was also a place for Yuletide groom divinations. These divinations were for young women who were about to become old maids, whose peers, girls of the same age or 1 to 2 years apart, were already married, or those whose little sister was already married. The divination was frightening. A girl would go down to the Colbets in secret. Having let her hair down, she would remove her belt, her cross, her beads, and her dress. Wearing only a robe, she would light her mother's wedding candle and look into the mirror. Sometimes two mirrors were placed to create a corridor of reflection. Once she saw her groom, the girl was to cover the mirror at once, otherwise a chort would come out and strangle her.
Proshka stops every now and then. Circling around a bit, he hesitantly proceeds on his course. It seems as if something is bothering the demon, something about the road ahead that he hasn't himself realized yet. At the next stop, a gust of wind blows dust in your face. Could it be a demonic wedding? You jump into prickly roadside bushes, dragging Proshka with you. After a few moments, the wind dies down. The road whirlwind is a harbinger of a northern night. The wind bends the trees and sends dust and leaves flying to the empty spaces of the Yanidor crossroads. Somewhere deep in the forest, a lone wolf begins his song. Proshka stops in hesitation once more.
What a wind.
Why are you standing there, Proshka?
I remembered. I used to visit this place often. Perhaps when I was alive, one of the church. Doesn't look like my church was worshipped in much, does it?
All you think is about being worshipped. What else could happen in the crossroads that tied Proshka to this place? Maybe the Chute fought the Rusich here.
The road whirlwind is a harbinger of a northern night.
What a wind.
Why are you standing?
I remember. Perhaps doesn't.
All you think is about what else could happen in the crossroads that tied Proshka to this place. Perhaps he had a meeting of the Chute there.
The road whirlwind is a harbinger of a north.
What a wind.
Why are you standing?
I remember. Perhaps doesn't.
All you think is what else could happen in the crossroads? Maybe you were buried here. Were you a great sinner?
Sounds about right. That's how I became a Sosietka. Let me think. I think I'm remembering something. Dig here.
I don't want to dig up your grave.
Dig, I say. What a thick-headed witch.
All right, as you wish. But if there's nothing there...
You dig up the earth near the road where Proshka told you to. Under a thin layer of dirt and near a rotten log, you find a silver plaque. Proshka furrows his feline brow, but doesn't feel any memories returning. The old bridge creaks from the cold wind, the cold water of some swampy river rippling beneath it. In the middle of it, you notice forest chorts looking at you with their cold, lifeless eyes from the reeds. The demon needs only lift his paw for the forest spirits to scramble in panic. You look at him in amazement. Was this his doing, or do the spirits know about the power of the Black Book?
What? Want some pranics? I've sold everything already. Oh, you want some herbs? Well, take a look then.
The northern wind bends the treetops. Their rustling fills the swamps with a rhythmical noise in which you hear the whisperings of leshis and the wings of demons flapping beneath the ground. You stop for a minute, thinking of how ancient these forests truly are. How many centuries have they stood here? How many centuries will they stand yet? Your meditations are interrupted by Proshka's grumbling. Yanidor is close.
This church looks empty now. No one visits, and there's no Proshka to look after it. This church looks empty now.
What a dump, right? Look at all this rotten wood. And it used to all be so fine. Don't just stand there, Vasia. There is the door to the Undercroft. Open it!
Some pictures are mixed with the icons. Were they gifts from the people? Some pictures are mixed with the icons.
It's not as simple as that. Search the chests. Perhaps you'll find something.
What am I looking for?
How would I know? Now, don't look at me like that. There are icons all over the place. It's bad for me to look at them, you know?
A bit of a strange face for an angel. Looks like it shoots idol. A bit of a strange face for an angel. Old church books. I'd like to study them, but there's no time. I doubt there's anything about Proshka in them. Old church books. An old kitchenware. An old kitchenware.
When you approach the old wooden planks, you feel a draft. Behind the planks, you see a narrow crawl space leading deeper underground.
The idols have river shells scattered around them. The idols have river shells scattered around them. They're so majestic. They're so majestic.
I've seen these idols, Vasilisa.
You've been in this dugout before?
Yes, but when? Was it long ago? Something is missing. As if one of the passes on the hunter's calendar has disappeared. Add it, and everything fits right into place.
Majestic idols of old are now lying in heaps in this dank and wet dugout. The eerie faces of the forgotten deities seem to emanate a cold draft. One of the idols is missing his carved face. Majestic idols of old.
I've seen this idol.
You've been in this.
Yeah, something. Add it.
An ancient wooden angel is watching you indifferently. You peer into his face, and it looks as if he's wearing a wooden mask. You touch the mask, and it falls to your feet. Its image reminds you of the strange chorts depicted on the idols of the demons. An ancient wooden angel is watching you. Behind the planks, you see a majestic idols of old are now lying.
Vasilisa, I think I remember. I remember everything. But look, what's happening to me? That's right. That's how I used to look when they called me Whitebeard. Hunters used to bring me river shells from the north, and I flew with the all-knowing wind with no rest and no respite.
Broshka, is that you?
Vasilisa, I remembered everything. All thanks to you.
Your name was Voipir. Who are you?
I used to be a god, the lord of the northern wind and master of the Chewed people's destiny. Those who lived in the forests of Cherry. I was once powerful, for a time. Other gods came, and belief in me dwindled. Thou shalt not worship the idol of Voipil, and thou shalt not devote funeral feasts to him. And thus it came to be. The lights of altars dwindled, and so did my powers.
Thank you very much for that, PatCon. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence.
Are those your idols beneath the church?
Yes, they are. It was my lost temple, this dugout. I still remember that woman. Didn't want to lose the old thing. She hid my idols and put my face on the angels. That's how I survived. As a demon, but in a halo of ecclesiastical glory.
Why all the shells?
This is my symbol, my ears. I used to be omnipresent in this area. I used to cool the ferocious flame of the sun with my wind. But that time is long gone. All that's left are these shells, bones of the past, long forgotten.
What will you do now?
I'll stay with you. I am in your debt. It's not like I've suddenly grown in power. The universe has been turned upside down. The gods of old are today's demons. And so did I. When people forgot about me, I forgot about myself and lost my erstwhile power. But now my past has returned, along with some of my strength. I will help you, Vasilisa. Who knows what other rebirths can I undergo?
So it turned out that our Proshka used to be a chewed demon.
Jesus Christ!
Didn't expect that, Grandpa, did you? Perhaps now I'll be the one to tell you to hunt mice.
Unbelievable! I didn't think that such strong spirit would enter your service. I'm glad all the training worked out. Or is it the book? So, now you're going to stay with us?
Well, yeah. I'll live out my cat life with Vasilisa. I found mine, now I help Vasilisa find hers.
And no nagging about mice. You might be St. George himself, but you should still do your duty. While I still have my teeth, I'm the master of this house.
Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll take care of it. Consider the mice gone.
Alright, so that's pretty cool. We got ourselves the Proshka story. How does that upgrade his ability? 10 and Ward 5. Alright, so it doubled the shield it gives, I think. And we essentially get like a whole bunch more shield because Ward 5. And then we get 4 the next and 3 the next. So yeah, that is very nice.
How do you like my new fur? What a glow.
I don't know how to address you now. Proshka or Voipil?
Proshka it is. I've told you that I'll stay with you until all the seals are open. You've helped me. Now it's my turn. I'm not scared of any charts. How can they possibly harm me?
What kind of spirit are you?
A chewed one. Permans believed in me in the olden days. My powers have waned. I can catch mice, though.
You're helping me then again.
Yeah, and my power grows because of that. So I won't leave you.
You've remembered your past, but won't you forget it all once again?
Yes, you'll become that what you're doing. If you'll be a Sosietka for 100 years, then you'll become one. If you wouldn't have reminded me of the past, then who knows? Maybe I would have become a hairy old man then in another 100. Enough of this Sosietka business. When you'll free your guy, I go back to mountains. I will fly around like a free northern wind. I won't forget a thing that way.
And I was here by dawn.
Why didn't you leave that short? Catch the...
I'll think of something.
You'd bet. All right, you need to go to the...
Do you think Vaku...
No, he'll do. He likes sacrifice.
What should I...
He has power there.
I'm getting better.
Ha! The long doesn't matter. Fine.
Well,
It's not far.
God be with you. I'm a fisherman from the northern lake, Vatti, Lord forgive. I came to thank you. I don't know what you did, but the Vodinoi stopped cutting our nets. Here, I brought some dried pike from our crew.
Near the old Izba, a man is scolding his wife. Half the village soon gathers to listen to the quarrel. Half the peasants take the side of the husband, while the other half support the wife. The subject of the argument turns out to be a saw that breaks down every other time. The man suspects that his wife is cursing it, while she insists she is innocent. This item looks like it's been repaired quite often. Looks like it was fixed by the local smith a couple of days ago. You think that the smith may know something about the defect and learn how to get to his Izba. You decide on your next actions. It turns out the mill has long since been abandoned and is rather notorious here. Hardly anyone is brave enough to get close to the building. The talk is, the Vodinoi still grabs passers-by and drags them to the bottom. You decide on your next actions. On the village street, you meet a strange peasant procession with chests and sacks. A peasant clutching a sleepy rooster walks in the lead. The people stop, noticing you on their way. The old women start to cross themselves, thinking you to be a bad omen. The man walking at the head of the procession addresses you.
Who are you, bareheaded wench? What are you doing here at night?
A rooster in hand and sacks full of clothing. What are these peasants planning? To bringing gifts to someone? No.
On the village street, you meet a
Who are you, bareheaded?
A rooster in hand and sack. Girls are usually the ones who perform divinations with roosters. But these don't look like the divinating kind.
On the village street, you meet a strange
Who are you, bareheaded?
A rooster in hand and sacks full of clothing. What are these peasants planning? Huh. They're carrying their belongings with them at midnight. This can be only one ritual. Looks like they're offering the rooster as a sacrifice to the Susiatko. So they're moving. I'm a simple traveler who's lost her way. So, you're moving into a new izba?
None of your business, wench.
Well, God bless, and goodbye.
You watch the ritual unnoticed from the shadows. When the peasants leave the new blockhouse, you go inside and cut off the feet of the dead rooster. They will prove useful for your black rituals. You go past the new houses of the settlement and approach the Kama Bank. The Vadinoi was sure to be followed by his retinue, dead men and drowners from the underwater domain. Breathing in the fresh night air, you draw a circle. The Chthonian guests show up almost immediately. Your recent acquaintances emerge from the river.
Is that you, witch?
A witch! A witch!
You! What do you need here?
Vakul has gone to the watermill, so the border is thin. We came along to
help him deal with that girl also.
keep quiet. Did crayfish eat your brains?
If you know the Vodinoi so well, maybe you can tell me how to help the salt worker and the Rusalka.
The Vodinoi took a liking to you. He likes knowers. He doesn't like that you held the Rusalka with her name. He planned to live with her for a long time. What's he going to do with her now that she remembered her past? That's how it is. Vakul is in good mood now. He may even not demand a ransom for the soul walker, but he won't ever let the Rusalka go. Only when her time comes. Like the rest of the drowners.
When my time comes, I'll become a Badinoi myself.
Keep quiet. Did crayfish eat your brains?
The smithy is built on the far end of the village to prevent fires. You knock at the door and shudder. The sound disturbs the heavy silence. The door opens. The first thing you see is a gun, and then the smith.
Who are you? It seems a bit early for Carolyn.
A man from Fedorova sent me. Here, his saw is fixed poorly.
The smith puts down his gun and inspects the tool.
Lousily done. It's my work. But what can you do? I'm afraid to work for too long. You won't believe me.
I'm a knower. I've seen a lot of things.
Christ almighty. Well, listen. The devil himself visits me. He looks like an ordinary, God-fearing man, but smells of drink. He comes and tells me, shoe my horses. So I'm lifting the horse's hoof and see a human foot. This peasant has it backwards, hooves for feet, and he stares at me with his eyes. So I had to shoe a human foot. Lord, forgive me. I've been afraid to open the door ever since.
You say he smells of drink? I met shorts such as this yesterday. They won't bother you anymore.
You chased them away? I don't know how to thank you. Give me that saw. It will be as good as new.
The grateful smith fixes the tool and bows low to you. On your way back, you give the peasant the saw and receive your reward. The quiet village is still, waiting for the dawn. You are somewhat jealous of the regular people who only occasionally encounter evil spirits. Sighing, you go on your way. The wine shop is working until late. Warm light from its window pours onto the street, hidden in the dark. Noticing your book, the wine seller invites you inside. He claims to have books for sale.
I see you're interested in books. You have a great one with you, I see. Is it old? I'm not only selling drinks, you know. Care to look?
The mill rises above the pool of the river inflow. The izba is decrepit, and the water wheel is silent. The reeds around it rustle mysteriously. You're greeted by a salt worker.
Oh, Vasilisa.
I visited the Vodinoy and learned about your daughter. Don't you think it's something worth telling me?
How could I? God, this is all like in a bad dream. He took Yevdokia, but I didn't know he was the one to blame. And I didn't think for a minute that he would send her to kill people. I thought there was another Vodinoy. I thought I had escaped from that one. So much death, so many sacrifices. Sacrifices. I offered money, vodka, porridge. It's still not enough for Vakul. He only wants lives.
Did you make a pact with the Vodinoy here?
Yes. This is my old watermill. I used to work here. When I built it, I made a pact with Vakul. He tells me it's business as usual, so I thought I'd pay it off with rubles.
It's never that easy with demons.
Several years later, he started playing tricks with shadows. His way of asking for his sacrifice. I never wanted to hurt anyone, and so I refused him. He then took it for himself. I had an apprentice, a guy who poured grain. A fine lad. I liked him a lot. And the Vodinoy dragged him into the water. The demon drowned him. Do you understand? Then I abandoned that watermill. I couldn't stay there. I opened these salt works later. I thought he had already taken what was due, but it was never enough for him. Turns out he's the one who took my daughter. He killed my Dusha.
How did the Vodinoi find you in the salt works?
This factory is far away. I thought another Vodinoi managed this place, and so it used to be in the beginning. I managed to make some money milling the wheat. First I built a small factory, and then it expanded. We got along fine with another water demon. He did not want any human sacrifices. Then I gather Vakul beat him and took this river under his control. But I wasn't aware, and then he somehow learned about me.
I think you'll be able to talk to Vakul today.
Oh, I will. That damned short I will.
I don't think you can handle him. Only I can. Besides, even I won't be able to kill him. Masters of nature are strong.
Do what you can.
I will. What happened to your daughter?
My daughter. She had nothing to do with it. When Vakul found me, he, I think, wanted to teach me a lesson. Yevdokia went to Solikamsk in winter by sleigh. The ice broke beneath her. No one found my daughter, nor did they find the sleigh. That time, I didn't guess who was to blame. It's not the Vodinoi my grandfather told me about. God punished me. He sent the most devious one.
Got what he asked for. A miller is a Khuldoon who knows Satan personally. People said so of the miller in the village next to ours. He was cunning and a knower. He never shook flour off of himself, for it was considered bad luck to do so. Once, before he started the mill, he had a talk with a Vodinoi. They argued for a long time about who would spin the wheel. The Vodinoi asked for an unthinkable price. He asked the miller to drown a boy and girl in the pond by the next morning. But the miller, a cunning one he was, drowned a young ram and a ewe. The Vodinoi got angry. You tricked me, but you asked for a boy and a girl and you got them. The Vodinoi then understood that he made a blunder, but a deal is a deal.
I think Vakul will show up sooner if you start the mill.
Can do. I already inspected it while I waited. I've opened the screen, but the wheel doesn't spin. The chute is worn out. I can patch it. These chutes can be patched. It's a pity some of them are too far gone. There aren't enough paddles on the wheel. Look around a bit. We should have enough here. Then we will start it. I'll wait for you inside. I'll fix what I can.
All right. I'll find some boards for you.
You found a fitting vane for a watermill wheel. You found a fitting vane.
A ramshackle mill. We're lucky it still stands. It's scary around here. Could some other demons have settled here? A ramshackle mill. We're lucky it still stands. This screen blocks water from going to the mill. It's been opened by a salt worker. This screen blocks water from going to the mill. Still water, and it's deep at that. Something is splashing around here, but I can't make out what. Still water, and it's deep at that.
Vasya, my father. Is he also here?
Yes, on the mill. Want to speak to him?
I can't. Vakul won't allow it.
He's not here yet.
I can't disobey him, no matter how much I'd like to.
I need the blades.
For the wheel, I know. Here's the blade. Take it.
The Rusalka gives you a part of the mechanism.
There's something in this name, Vakul. A bit of perm, you think? I feel he's close. There's something I feel.
The water drops from here to the wheel. What a mechanism. Impressive. The water drops from here to the wheel. If the Vodyanoi doesn't help the miller, the wheel will break down very quickly, or stand still altogether. I heard in the south they place the water wheels on the outside. Around here, the cold will bend it. If the Vodyanoi doesn't help the miller, the wheel will break down very quickly, or stand still altogether.
Ah, Vasilisa. 3 blades. That's enough. Well, we have everything we need to start the mill.
Vakul will appear as soon as we start the wheel. All right, it's time.
The salt worker quickly fixes the mechanism. He looks like he's done it plenty of times. Soon, the squeaky wheel makes one rotation, then another.
The middle world. A grand place, beautiful. If only it didn't stink up the living. My favorite witch and her cute little book. I am so glad to meet you again.
Greetings, Vodyanoi.
Well, 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 Vakul.
Ah, my old acquaintance. Come to break another promise?
Father,
I didn't tell you to speak.
A water stream knocks the salt worker and the Rusalka off their feet.
You make a lousy guest, Vasilisa. Is it what we do in the Perm region? Steal serfs from their master.
There aren't any serfs anymore.
Silence! It seems the bandits still don't make any offerings. Is there a problem, Vasilisa?
Bandits were killed by demons.
You failed the task, but I like you, witch. Tell me what you want.
I need to break the seal on this book.
Happy to do business with you, witch.
Vakul touches the black book with a water stream. As soon as the seal breaks, the Vodyanoi dives into the water, taking the Rusalka with him. The salt worker takes several steps towards the water. You feel ill at ease looking into his glassy eyes and face that suddenly have become aged. On your way back, you assure Pahom that the Vodyanoi will let the Rusalka go in a couple of decades. He doesn't hear you, thinking his grim thoughts.
Isn't that the most banal of a legend?
Maybe, but there's too many consequences. The drowners are talking about her. The girl is strong, they say. There are rumors coming from other spirits. Now they agreed to protect a wedding. She must think I would try curse it. If she sticks needles in me, I'll be left without any power. Go to Bakcha. They won't be expecting you.
I have certain doubts about this. I've seen her in the village. Not everyone can handle that power.
You should be more confident. I haven't taught you for nothing. You should curse the wedding to be on an equal footing.
It won't be easy. But if she really has the book, I may finally be able to control this force.
Right. There you will find out. And if this is true, you can do anything you wish for. So goes the legend. Take a look at them first. I've sent charts throughout the area. It will be a good occasion.
But this wedding, I wouldn't want to curse peasants. You know how I am with demons.
Don't make me laugh. Who will you curse then? You think you can turn the procession? This thing happened last with my grandmother. Go back as soon as you take the book.
So be it.
Well, get ready. Amen to you.
Aha, and what happened next?
And I chose for him to break the seal.
Well done, Vasilisa. I myself couldn't have done it better. I remember my youth as a Khaldun. Those were the days.
I got off easy, you could say.
That's right, you furry short. Go catch some mice.
Let the charts catch them. It's not a job that befits a Susietka.
Proshka, can cats be used to break the seals in the book? Help me check, would you?
All right, I'll catch some mice. It's not hard or anything. I'm not torturing you like your charts, after all.
Well, it's time to deal with the next seal.
The seal of the wolf. I was thinking about werewolves.
I haven't heard about them in Uyezd for a long time.
Proshka, can you turn into a wolf?
Nah.
That won't do. I need to think about this. In the meantime, go and deal with your business. Go visit your betrothed. It's time. I may come up with something.
All right, Grandpa.
Water seal. As stone yields to water and as bubbles swirl, so do warring waters shield this seal. And so we have completed 3 seals now and unlocked our 3rd book page. The next is the wolf. As long as the shaggy wolf circles the seal, he looks to the town, but no one knows him for who he truly is. Once they do, the seal will open. What cards do we have in this book? Corcotea. Well versed 5. Receive 15 gold on killing with this page. Interesting. Some sort of gold making thingy. Well versed 5. Well, that's not much difference than some of our others already, right? Okay, that's not the right one. I need to look at this one. Yeah, because right now we've got Keela. Our main offense is Griha and Keela. Griha's there for the long haul. Keela's there to sort of supplement, since we seem to have more than enough shield. So the only difference between Keela and Korkotea would be we lose 1 attack, which means, we would have to well-verse a bit more. But when we manage to kill them, we would just have to make sure to kill them with Korkotea, and that would give us gold. I mean, can't really argue with that, now can you? Bit hard to argue with that. Damascus Stone. Eternal damage on gaining shield. Ooh. Oh, that works perfectly with the way we're doing, because we're focusing on defense, right? Our entire thing is to get a... Oh, that is beautiful. It's only 1 damage, but... Is it every time we gain shield, like, period, or is it per every shield we gain? Either way, I definitely want to add that. Do I want to remove the Khulduin Fiend, or do I just want to go ahead and get rid of the Key Tongues? Key Tongues are a free gesture, which are doing a fair amount of damage. I could just remove Yodin the Pleaser, I guess. Definitely not getting rid of Amen. My main thing for not removing the Khulduin Fiends is like those characters that get like vampire and shit. But at the same time, that just means we have to do Griha a little bit longer. Maybe, okay. Okay, George the Brave, well versed, bless 6 to all. Increases damage, so that, it says to all, so that indicates to me that the enemy will get bless 6 as well. So it's like everybody does more damage, sort of a berserker type card. Sky High, well versed, keep 1. That allows us to keep shield, but we're focused on doing shield so much that honestly we don't really need to keep the shield. We'll have so much, unless we run into a pike that tries to do 50 damage on 1 turn. But that should be fine. So I will still probably buy the cards real quick, the ones we do have. Because I can. And that'll stop us from getting the cards we already have, and it'll allow us to get cards we don't already have in the monster thingies. So yeah. Very good. Okay, and we already did the pester with Jorts. Very good. How are we doing on level up? Are we getting close? Level 10. I'm half thinking of undoing that, but maybe not. Okay. Let us set off.
Hey, you! Cut faster! Curse you! Been chewing at my scalp all through my life. Frightened. Now let's get to work.
So, Grandpa, the Chorts listen to you.
Of course. We've living together for so long. They still remember me, and they're quite scared of you.
It's good that Chorts help around the house, right?
Well, yes. Cutting firewood, that's nothing. Once I sent them to plow the field, and they plowed the whole area through and through. The vacant areas, and the seeded plots too. They need lots of looking after. Still, they have their uses.
How did you get that Isba, Grandpa?
The Isba? I inherited it. The older ones eventually all moved away. Some went away, some stayed in Dilgord. The house was left to me by my parents. It's old, like me. We don't have much time left. Soon we'll both go to the afterlife. I am leaving this Isba to you. There's no one else.
Maybe I should look for wolves in the forest?
What? No, we need evil spirits. Ordinary wolves won't do. I have an idea. Don't fret. We'll break this seal in time.
All right, Grandpa. I need to go. Old Igor made the Chorts cut the firewood. Although he has no knowledge now, the Chorts listen to him anyway, for old time's sake. Everything can be done with the devil's help. Old Igor made the Chorts cut so much firewood will last us a long time. There may be some good from the Chorts after all. So much firewood will last us a long time. This Isba used to house a lot of people. Now it's only me and Grandpa. Grandpa doesn't care about the household. He used to be interested only in his sorcery. Now that I have inherited his knowledge, he may as well take on some chores. This Isba used to house a lot of people. Now it's only me and Grandpa.
Yes, it's good that I'm not one of those petty charts from hell. Work all day or curse people. That's like a kind of work too, right? I'm perfectly content lying here watching after the household. That's my thing.
What should the Domovoy do if not prepare firewood?
Lots of things. You haven't had a Susietka for a long time, so your roof caved in a bit. Sedge and other things grow in it. I wouldn't let it get this far. Well, I'll clean this place up when I have time. I'm still not settled in here.
How are you doing in Grandpa's Isba?
I'm doing fine here. I feel calmer, even. You don't have icons, and it's not like they used to have them in the church. And the corner over there reminds me of the old times. They used to keep food and the gods there.
Maybe you could help my Chorts?
Yeah, right. I have my paws full with matters of my own. Looking after the house, getting rid of the mice, putting out the fire. Yeah? You think that's enough work? I'd say so.
We'll talk later. Sing winds from the quietest to quiet, from the lightest to light. Lift up the branches and sand from the grave. Split Mother Earth. Reveal yourself, coffin lid. And fly open, white shrouds, and draw open sweet lips. Tell me, my darling, of your life there, and ask me of our life here. I've been living here, wandering from place to place. I've witnessed all kinds of grief. All kinds have I suffered. I saved a girl from a banya. See, there's some good done with this knowledge. I can't save everyone, though. The Rusalka I left with Vakul. But I needed the seals for you more. I'll do anything to save you. Even if it means raising all the villages on Earth. My chorts will help us be together. Soon you'll be back, my darling. As soon as I break all the seals. And you, teach me. Guide me, miserable orphan that I am, how to break all the seals of the book. And I will reach out my white hands and pull you from the other shore.
God bless. Yegor Yevlampovich, Vasilisa.
Why, isn't that groom with his bride?
So, you're keeping your word, Nikolai?
I told you I needed a bride, and with help from you and God, here we are.
The wedding is close. I see you've covered yourselves, as is tradition.
Yes, we needed to have this wedding as soon as possible, so that the Bonics wouldn't drag me back. I understand you have a lot to think about. Vasya, weddings are the least of your worries, but if you can't do it, no one can. You were the matchmaker for me and Nikolai, so you should stand as matchmaker by my side at the wedding.
I have no time to give a dowry at a bachelorette party.
Right. The week has passed. The dowry appeared at my house, and what I lacked, the girls from my village helped out with.
The main thing is you being my matchmaker.
I can't. I have other business.
It's all right, Vasya. You can go. We have some time. And when the wedding passes, a solution to a problem might reveal itself.
You too, old Igor, come. You'll be our master of ceremonies.
What an honor. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Well, you taught Vasilisa and helped with the items for the bride.
That's right. Well, you see, Vasya, how can you say no?
Who did you ask to be your best man?
Petьka, the accordion player. He's an old friend of mine.
Fedka? What curse can he help you with? How can we attend such a wedding, Grandpa?
Stop it, Vasya. Fedьka will manage. He's a jester, but he can. Besides, we'll be there. We'll help with the evil spirits and Khalduns.
All right. But Fedьka needs looking after, so he won't curse the wedding himself.
Thank you, Vasilisa. I brought a gift for you. I think you'll like it, and it should prove useful.
We didn't come only because of the invitation. We need a nowhere's help. My future mother-in-law hired brewers to make beer.
But they quit halfway through. They say demons chased them away. They're beside themselves with fear.
We decided not to approach these demons without you. Maybe it's Bannix trying to interfere with the wedding.
You made a wise choice.
Is the bright side brewing beer?
We decided both sides will brew. The villagers are close to each other.
In Pakcha, where my mother lives, there are some skilled brewers. We hired them. Father is long gone, after all.
When's the wedding day?
Everyone is invited the day after tomorrow. First is the wedding day, and the next day we're going for a ceremony. Not everything is by the book, but you know how it is.
Wedding. A wedding is one of the transition cycle rites, symbolizing a person's temporary death, passage through the world of the dead, and rebirth. For this reason, weddings were carried out in the same time frames as were funerals and labor rituals. The girl received the status of bride 3 days after the matchmaking, the day when her parents agreed on a wedding date and dowry size. Before the wedding feast, she was forbidden to go out, and if guests came, she hid herself in the woman's corner, a place behind the stove. On the 3rd day, she performed ritual crying to say goodbye to her house. On the 7th and 20th day, she repeated the ritual, saying goodbye to her homestead and village, respectively. 3 days before the wedding feast, she bid farewell to her friends and the world in general. During the feast, she was not allowed to eat, drink, or uncover her face. Thus the bride returned to the world of the living only on the 40th day after the matchmaking, following her wedding night.
What are they saying about Chorts?
Some shadows are being noisy, turning over tubs and whatnot.
See, they're brewing the beer by the river, so I thought that the Abdiricha might reveal herself.
All right, I'll help you. After all, the ceremony is incomplete without beer, and you have your whole life ahead of you.
Well, come the day after tomorrow then, if I'm the master of ceremonies.
See you soon. Lord be with you.
Greetings. God bless.
God bless. What brings you here, Your Honor? The stove flap is over there, to your right.
Alexander looks around, perplexed.
Stream Elements
Grandpa, he's not
said,
here about that.
Stay
He
moist,
doesn't
my
know these
friends.
things either.
Hydrate.
And the matchmakers come without a groom.
Hello, Vasilisa. I was in the area for business and decided to drop in. I mean, I think you'll also be interested in this case I have. They talk about you and your grandfather quite often. You remember that fired short that tortured the girl in Logovo? There's a similar case in the village near Pakcha. It's called Severnaya Settlement.
That's where I'm going to track this Chort. So, Severnaya Settlement? You start treating them with your methods. Perhaps I'll drop by.
Thank you. Till we meet again.
Hold on. Fancy some tea? Help me move the table first, would you?
Table? No time. My patients are waiting.
Alexander hurriedly leaves your izba. It's getting dark. You keep the black book ready. Khaldoons often put their chorts by the roads, as you have already witnessed several times. Soon, you notice someone's burning eyes under the roots of an old fir tree.
Okian C. Swipe Eternal Reinforce Ward 1. It removes from the book until the end of the battle. Ward increases for 1 each time health is lost. Interesting, so every time we get hurt, we get shield pretty much. Satanael, Well-Versed, the Luquin's Black 1, which will help us with Well-Versed if we wanted to. And Kazoil, take 2 pages. So I just draw 2 more pages or something, I guess. In case I'm not happy or I want more pages. Interesting.
Among the treetops, you notice a silent giant. His figure towers over the trees and sheds a dark shadow on the frozen road. You greet the Chort, but hear only loud laughter in reply. A sudden wind bends the tall pines. You find the Izba Alexander told you about without any difficulties, and question the locals. As it turns out, the husband of the sick woman died recently. Your acquaintance is already here.
These are fish traps. Looks like her husband used to be a fisherman. It's unlikely she goes fishing herself. These are fish traps. Looks like her husband used to be a fisherman.
In the corner of the Izba stands a solid Russian stove. On the whitewashed mouth, you can see black traces of soot. It's difficult to say who is to blame, a demon or a housewife's clumsiness.
Russian stove. The stove is of central importance in Cherdyn. It was used daily to cook and to make baked milk and sour cream. It was also used to dry berries and mushrooms for winter. Even the most modern ovens and electric stoves cannot compete with a genuine Russian stove. It provided light, warmth, a place to sleep, and dry boots and clothes. In the Russian north, fireplace stoves were prevalent, built of stone without mortar. In northern Prikami, brick or clay stoves were common. For some time, stoves were stoked the black way, meaning they had no chimney, and the smoke escaped through a special window or crack near the ceiling. In old Ladoga, stove foundations were up to 1.5 meters across. The Russian stove is a complex construction consisting of 25 elements. Children are taught how to stoke it from an early age. A stove bench is a wooden bench for lying down and sleeping. It is built between the stove and the wall, close to the ceiling. A stove was not usually stoked after midnight. It was considered impossible because of the bad backdraft it produced at night.
You open the chest and are hit with a foul stench. Inside lie everyday items of the woman and several linen sacks. It seems they are the source of the smell. Bed sheets and towels, nothing of interest. You wince in disgust. The sacks contain horse manure, wriggling with worms. These are the gifts of a demon. To cursed people, they seem like gold and prianics.
The furniture, as well as the rest of the Izba, has fallen into disrepair. Some benches are overturned. Looks like the work of a demon. The furniture, as well as the rest of the Izba, has fallen into disrepair. It's clear that the woman can't look after the house alone.
Vasilisa, it's so good that you're here.
Alexander coughs and glances at your book.
Did you examine the sick woman?
Yes. The case is indeed similar to that in the Logova village. The woman is weak, but it's not so bad as that time.
It's still early. The demon only started coming to her. What is she saying about the Chort?
There was no mention of Chorts. You think they're to blame? She says it's a simple fever, but the symptoms are rather strange. I thought it to be anemia and nervousness. She buried her husband not long ago.
It seems strange because it's not a simple sickness. She can't tell because the demon has some power over her.
What should we do?
The snake doesn't appear often in the beginning. We'll have to make it. If she tells me about it, it will surely come. It's late. It will try to kill us.
Right? I won't stand in your way. You talked to the sick?
Not yet, but soon.
Right.
Let me be. I need to rest. The fever won't let me be.
They say you became a widow. Oh, Jesus Christ, may he rest in peace.
Yes, he died, but I'm managing.
Sometimes dead husbands come back from the afterlife. Have you heard of that?
What kind of story is that? That sort of thing never happens. Lord have mercy.
Don't try to be cunning with me. I've seen all kinds of charts, and I can sense the walking dead from a mile away.
Phew, witch! What could you know about me and my Vasya? You know nothing.
Maybe I'll be able to convince her if I pretend to be her acquaintance. So, what did her husband do? Perhaps he was a fisherman. Looks like it. There are fish traps in the corner. What do you mean? I know you through my godfather. He used to go fishing with you, Vasily, quite often.
He won't be fishing any now. He's dead, I'll tell you. Go away. You and your groom, let me rest.
She still doesn't believe me. How can I convince her that everything's not so simple with her guest? Look, you even have an icon here. But the dead man still comes after you.
You find the Izba Alexander told you about. In the corner of the Izba.
Let me be. I need to rest.
I need to search the Izba to know what's going on here. They say you became a widow.
Yes, he died.
Sometimes that...
What kind of...
Don't try to be... Wait, maybe I'll be able to convince her. Perhaps he was a fisherman. What do you mean?
He won't...
She still doesn't believe me. How can I convince her that... Who overturned the stalls? Not a human, that's for sure.
You find the Izba Alexander told you. In the corner of the Izba stands...
Let me be. I need to rest.
I need to search the Izba to know what's going on. They say you became...
Yes.
Sometimes...
What kind of...
Don't try to be... Maybe I'll be able to Perhaps he was a fisherman. What do you mean?
He won't...
She still doesn't believe me. How can I convince... You think your Vasily brings you sweets? Take a closer look.
See, I thought the fact that she couldn't see what the sweets were meant that wasn't the answer. To her, they look like sweets, right? So what, she suddenly doesn't see them as sweets or something? I don't know.
Jesus! What have you done, witch?
I know who is to blame for your sickness. If you want to live, you must tell me.
All right, I'll tell you, but don't you tell anyone. My husband didn't die. He still visits me in the evenings. But he told me to keep quiet. People won't understand.
You hear the sound of scattering sparks. A fire chort, familiar to you, emerges from the stove, and it immediately turns into a human.
Again with your plots, witch! Don't interfere with my business.
You want to kill me? Didn't work out for you last time.
Ha! Kill? I have another purpose. You stopped me here, but I'll find other creatures.
Not so fast. You can't hide from me in my Uyezd.
That may be so. That's why you will be busy with my new friends. I won't be back here.
A couple of chorts appear near him, while he himself turns into a fiery whirlwind and disappears into the chimney.
We can't leave this girl alone, Vasya.
You can catch up with that chort if you don't spend time on these demons. But what will happen to the sick woman? You run after the fiery chort. You catch up to the Chort in the fields near the village. You read your first Zagavar, not giving him the opportunity to escape into the night sky.
Yeah, that's working out really well. Yeah, because at first when it only does one damage, it's not as bad, but once we get all of our Once we get all 4 going, we'll be doing 4 damage every single time. So it's not as good as I could hope, but it's still pretty good. New chain. Choose a page and add an effect of 1 attack. That is interesting. Mushroom bread, healing herb 7, so the opposite of that one bread. Heal 7 for each herb used, or deal damage, yeah. Mushroom bread, that sounds yummy. Uroki, well versed in weakness 3, increases curse for each turn for 3. So that must be the, yeah. Interesting. We'll go ahead and take the mushroom bread, I guess. Probably won't put it in, but...
Don't destroy me! Don't let me burn! Take me into your service. I will curse people at your orders.
Now you're talking, Snake. In my service? Very well. I need powerful charts.
Thanks, witch.
Ahead, you see a long snake moving slowly along the path. You come closer and realize that it is a throng of small worms intertwined like a rope. Their silky skin glitters in the moonlight. They move together towards their unknown wormish goals.
Fyodor the Koldoon. We had a Koldoon in our village. Fyodor was his name, an old bachelor. People were afraid of him. Koldoons are like that. They'll cure you one day and cripple you the next. If they don't like you, they're sure to put a curse on you. They have no other option. The Chorts won't leave them alone. Fyodor lived next door to a nice family. Who had never wronged the old man. They would even bring him eggs for Easter and canvas to make a shirt. They even fixed his porch one time. Fyodor took a liking to their younger son Igor and took him on as an apprentice. He was a shepherd, you see, taught him how to handle cattle, recognize bird calls, and read animal tracks. When the boy came of age and it was time for him to take a bride, his sweetheart didn't pay him any mind. The neighbors came to seek Fyodor's help, and he told them, "I know of your trouble, and I'll help you." He put a small incense bucket around his neck with what looked like grains of rice to the touch, but were actually army worms. They were magical, but in a good way, meant to protect. He also took a simple ring, not gold or silver, that had a pebble for a stone, and whispered onto the ring, "Oh, my lords Cosmus and Damien, forge a marriage for them, a strong one, that lasts until their hair is white and his beard is long." Igor gifted this ring to his sweetheart on Yuletide, when unmarried young people make merry, and on Pentecost they were wed. Fyodor was the best man and sat at the head of a table.
You carefully gather the army worms inside a small bottle. Soon they will dry out and become a good addition to a spell or herb. You notice the pale heads of the drowned looking out of the water. They are almost certainly waiting for a careless victim to drag under. Realizing they were spotted, the undead lazily hide beneath the water. You hide nearby, and the drowners soon return to their spot. You open the book and read the first Zagavar.
Ugacy. Removes negative status effects. Style. Stronger than steel. Choose a page and add an effect. Firm 1. Interesting. So that would allow some cards to stay around if I want them to. Mikhail Archistrategos. 8 shield for every enemy with a status curse. Ugacy. That looks like it could be very good. I think I like the idea because we could maybe get rid of that one card. I can modify the black book right now, right? Ugacy. Because our current shields are like Able. That's 8. But a void. That's 5. So I mean that's pretty much the same idea. It does a little bit more, maybe 8. But I could easily get rid of Salmonida and replace it with Ugacy, which would help the Damascus Stone, and we still get to remove negative status effects. We would have to, style it, but we can't make cards right now, though. We'll have to wait until we go back so we can get some more Ugacy. That looks like it could be very good. Because some of that decomposure stuff it's kind of bad. Oh, it's the fair again. What goodies will we find?
At the crossroads of 2 trade routes, you see the...
Buy an amulet and you'll be as healthy as a boar.
Will there be anything that I want? I think we've seen pretty much all the trinkets at this point, honestly. Ace of a Sinner allows us to change 1 card with a trump 1. Bird of Rot, gain 3 decomposure on battle. Yeah, I think we've honestly seen almost everything there is to see. I think we've pretty much settled on our items. Piety, battle start, battle start, battle start. Kind of avoiding those for the most part. Dead Man's Book. Yeah, I think we're pretty set on items, honestly. What does the book merchant have?
What kind of wisdom do you possess?
What kind of wisdom do you possess? New chain, stronger than steel. Hoped, faithful, well-versed, word 4, alright. Salt in the eye, choose a page in the book and add a gesture. Ooh, that could be useful. Makes cards free to use pretty much. Make a big ol' Zagavar. Uroki, well-versed, weakness 3. A Ritnik squad, swipe for every 3 for every idle short. Okay, so that would pretty much be like a bonus if we decide to put up with the negative stats effects that idle shorts give us, which we certainly are not going to do, but Herbalist, probably nothing here. Just the usual stuff, right? Oh, dog mushroom, that's new. That's new. Yeah, not really anything I want. I guess I could get the Cuckoo Tears just to be safe, but... ah, well.
The players are carried away by a game of Durak.
I kinda want to play a game of Durak just for the giggles.
You hear the lingering sounds of songs long known to you. At one of the izbas, you see a late-running Vichorka. It may be worth stopping to listen for a while. You sit by a house and dissolve in a deep... Life goes on as usual in the sleepy Pakcha village. The peasants have returned from their work and fill the village with hearth fire glimmers shining from tall windows. The shop is still open. You whisper a prayer and catch your breath. The peasants answer your questions with enthusiasm when they learn that you are the knower matchmaker they have heard of. According to the villagers of Pakcha, they seldom encounter wonders in their mundane life. Everyone laughs at the men who were brewing beer. Supposedly, they were so carried away with their work that they saw the devil himself.
A knower matchmaker. Coldoons were always invited to weddings as the best man. In our village, Coldoons were also matchmakers. One time, the parents of a groom sent their neighbor to ask for a bride's hand. He went there at midnight, taking care to walk through vegetable patches. If anyone noticed him walking over, the wedding was sure to fail. The moment anyone learned of a wedding, they put the evil eye on it. There would be a family, but no happiness in the day-to-day life. The Coldoon protected the wedding from curses and the evil eye. He also knew to avoid saying too many words, and only Coldoons knew the right words. He knocked on the door and the host let him in. He sat on the bench by the door and put his mitten in the corner, even though it was summer. The girl's parents immediately took the hint and put their daughter behind the stove. The Coldoon sat behind the table and said, "We have a ram, and you have a ewe. Should we bring them together?" The parents refused, even though they were willing. They refused a second and even a third time. Then the Coldoon realized he had not asked for permission to enter, but stepped across the main beam regardless. He walked backwards out the door, taking his mitten with him, and knocked again. The second time he did everything properly. The parents agreed, and the wedding took place the next month.
You easily find the home of the peasants who brewed beer, but their izba looks empty. You look into the galbets and see a man who is putting crosses on vials and barrels. He jumps when you call out to him.
Christ almighty, what are you scaring me for? I nearly died.
I knocked, didn't you hear? I'm here about the wedding. They asked to bring beer.
We couldn't cook the beer to the end, you understand? The bride is a chort in disguise, everyone knows that. So some of them sharp-tailed visited us. We barely managed to escape. With God's help, I'll bless the ingredients. We managed to brew the mash, then added hops to the cauldron. Everything with God's words, everything proper. A pound of hops and a pound of malt. And then a demon showed up. Lord have mercy.
Tell me about the demon you saw.
Someone cursed us. That must be it. Looked like a lump of meat that kept glaring at us. So we ran. Left everything there. We prepared part of it, but we're too scared to go there now.
So you brewed everything by the book?
Everything as it should be, with prayers and according to the recipe. First, the girls came to us from the bride's side, tried to put out the fire. Then, later, closer to the evening, a man came along. And at nightfall, it all began. The bride's cursed. So the devil showed up.
What man?
I don't know. Didn't have the chance to look at him proper. He stood for some time in the distance and then left.
Did you brew by the river?
Right. Wait, you're going there now? This late? You'll be killed.
It's all right. I have God's word with me. The devil will have to retreat.
Well, God be with you. Go to the east of the last Isba. You won't miss it.
It's quiet in the brewing area. Too quiet. You anxiously look around. Evil spirits definitely had something to do with this. There's some dry grass around here. It can be used for kindling. You take some dry grass. This cauldron is full of partially brewed beer. You feel an evil force hiding beneath the black surface.
Here are some barrels filled with beer that's already been brewed. I think that if I'm able to chase the evil spirits away, the brewers will be able to take it. I can't carry these heavy barrels, and I don't want to send my chords. Here are some barrels filled. I can't carry, and I don't want to send my chords. They may curse the beer on their way. Here's where the mash was cooked. There's some left at the bottom. Oh, it's so sweet. Here's where the mash was cooked. There's some left at the bottom.
Here is the firewood that the brewers prepared. You take some firewood. This is where they light the fire for brewing beer. You put some dry grass under the cauldron. Now it will be easier to light the fire. You can't light the fire. You can't light the fire. You add some firewood. Now you can light the fire. You light the fire and take a step back. A spirit shows itself above the cauldron for a moment, but it soon disappears beneath the oily froth of the beer. The fire is extinguished by the spilled beer. Could a larger fire expel the chort? This is where they light the fire for brewing beer. You light the fire and take a step back. A spirit shows itself above the cauldron for a moment. Here is the firewood that the brewer. You take a greater amount of firewood. This is where they light the fire. You add even more firewood. You light the fire and take a step.
And that is a case in point. Waste is hands down one of the most dangerous things in this game, because it doesn't matter how much shield you have. Pretty much the only thing you can do is cure it with the herbs or have one of the 2 cards so far purify it. Waste is by and far one of the most dangerous things in this game, hands down. Smurtea, fierce, 9 attack, 1 sin, amplifies his attack by 3 after each use. Another fierce card. We will be increasing our sin by using it, but yeah, we're definitely putting that one in there. Definitely putting that one in there. Yeah. Oh, and we got another fiend. Endropco crawls, plague and fever spreads. And we got
The
a new
curse
level.
falls to the ground as a repulsive ball of foul-smelling wool. This chort was created by a Khaldun, but who would wish harm upon Nikolai? You send the brewers for the intact beer barrels and return to the Izba.
Later, I called some men from Bakcha after I chased away the chort. They took the barrels with the cooked beer. Everything that was left in the cauldron was gone.
So much good beer wasted.
Looks like some Khaldun got involved.
Looks like it. Well, they're lucky to have you as a matchmaker.
You also keep your eyes peeled around Nikolai. Who knows?
I will. Many Khalduns like to ruin weddings. You know how it is.
Yes, and the guests are helpless. If you ruin a wedding, you can ruin the entire lives of the newlyweds.
That's all right. Just be attentive. You will protect them.
Right. I shouldn't expect any help from Fetka.
We'll manage even without Fetka. All right, we need to go.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
God bless Vasilisa Fyodorovna.
God bless.
Bride sent for you. She doesn't let anyone touch the banya. Says you're the only one who can.
That's right. Tell her I'll be there soon. Get the decorations ready.
All right, I'm going then.
And I will go to the Nikolaevs to help prepare their procession. I'll be with the guests this evening. Be on the lookout. Don't forget about demons while you're looking out for Kolduns. Who knows who's mixed up into this?
All right, Grandpa.
Greetings, Vasilisa Fyodorovna. I've fallen ill, have fever of sorts. Look, my arms are all withered. The day's near when I won't be able to hold a plow.
What did you expect? Weren't you the one last year who got drunk, climbed the Church of the Trinity, and knocked down a bell from there? Eh?
Yes, Yegor Yevlampovich. It was I. I come to you for repentance. Vasilisa Fyodorovna, heal me, please.
You had no business climbing on the bell tower. God will help you.
Thank you for coming, Vasya. I've been crying the whole night. I have no strength left.
That's how it is. If you want a good marriage, you have to wail a bit.
I know. But it's not that simple. I won't miss the Abdericha much.
This way you'll get a taste of grief and cry, but your marriage life will be sweet.
Yes, we need to go to the banya soon. Decorate it properly. No one knows these rituals better than you.
All right. Go cry about your hair. You can comment without me.
I will leave you a red ribbon.
No need. I'll manage.
Thank you, Vasya. I'll go then.
Well, to decorate it properly, I need to place birch on the path and tie ribbons around the banya. Time to get to work.
Here are the decorations for the banya. Satin ribbons of different colors. You take the ribbons from the chest. Some birch branches lie here.
It turned out pretty beautiful. It will also keep the bride safe. I'm truly a master. It turned out pretty beautiful. It will also keep the bride safe.
There's nothing of interest left in the chest. The old banya reminds you of the Abdericha. You chase away these gloomy thoughts. There's no need to go beneath the bench here. You're just decorating the walls. You are thinking about what color to decorate the banya. The barrel jumps from side to side and sways as if it were alive. You call out to the barrel. A boy's hat peeks out of it.
Well, witch, today Petska the witch hunter will expel you from this wedding.
Witch hunter? Stop blowing the flute. I'm here to help the bride.
Right, as if I believe ya.
The boy starts to torture his flute in a severe manner.
If he doesn't stop playing, my head will explode. I can bring him around. And the Khaldun's can help too. What was it that the bride and groom appointed me? I did the matchmaking of the bride from the Bannock. You think I saved her to curse her wedding?
All right. I believe you. I heard that the Khalduns curse weddings. I'm here to protect it.
What have you heard about Khalduns?
Do Khalduns fight each other? One invites a Khaldun over, and he turns out to be weak, like you.
What are you whispering there?
Nothing. So then comes another Khaldun, a powerful one, and curses everything he sees, the wedding and the first Khaldun.
Wedding protection. The border between worlds is open during a wedding, and so it becomes important to protect the wedding from curses and the evil eye. This was the task of the Khaldun, who often served as the groom's best man. He protected the wedding cortege on his way to and from the village, and prevented the interference of any evil Khalduns. The rite concluded on the second day of feasting. During it, men usually acted out a mock christening and a mock wedding.
Have you heard about Bannocks here?
I have. They grabbed the cursed and flayed their skin, and the bride lived with them, they say. Is she an evil spirit too?
No, she was rescued.
So, a powerful Khaldun helped her?
Yes, I went with the groom.
You wouldn't manage without a groom, I bet.
So, you think I can't manage? Will you help me to guard this wedding?
I can. Together, we can do it for sure. Defeat the Khalduns.
It's time for me to lead the bride to the banya.
I'll look after you, witch. Let's deal with it peacefully, all right?
After the preparations are made, it's time to accompany the bride to the banya. A crowd of people has gathered to watch the ritual. Everyone wants to hear the wailings of old and have a look at the decorations. You sweep the road in front of the bride so that no cursed items will be trodden upon. You warn the bride that guests from her side might show up soon. Shorts sent by the Abdiricha. You're right. As soon as the fire is lit in the banya, a demon appears. After you catch your breath, you wash the bride while speaking the ritual Zagavers, and then help to get her in the wedding dress. Carts with wedding guests have already started to arrive at the yard. There will be a wedding gathering this evening, so there's going to be quite a crowd. Nikolai is here, as well as old Yegor, the master of ceremonies, and the groom's relatives. The moment the guests enter the yard, the mother of the bride brings her daughter out.
You came! Jesus, so many people.
Well, we came, yes, so greet your guests.
No wind and then a gale. No guests and then a swarm.
Greetings, Yegor Yevlampovich, Master of Ceremonies.
Howdy! Soon we'll make you completely human.
Greetings, noble best man, my loyal friend.
Well, as they say in Sheridan, bonjour!
Greetings, betrothed.
Greetings. See, I'll fulfill my promise very soon.
Oh well, the evening won't start by itself. Time to drink for the bride.
Don't go ahead of the cart. When the master of ceremonies tells us to, then we will start.
Come on! You're too ceremonial. They do everything quicker in the city.
Right. And the people there will lose what's left of their souls soon. We'll start this wedding proper, as it's supposed to be started.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't be angry, Vasilisa Fyodorovna. Igor Yevlampich, it will be as you say.
Unharness the horses and get ready for dinner. And I need to speak to you, matchmaker.
As you say, Igor Yevlampich. As you say. Come here, everyone.
Could you be a bit quicker, old man?
Come. You'll get what you're due soon enough.
Hey, Kola, prepare your coins. We have a song for you.
Hey, hit it! Petka, let's have some drums!
Березки да елочки, казачки идут, да гармошку играют, Марусеньку вядут, е-е-е-ой-ра, ой-ра-ра-ра, ой та-та, та-ра-ра-ра, гармошку играют, Марусеньку вядут, е-е-е-ой-ра, ой-ра-ра-ра, ой та-та, та-ра-ра-ра, гармошку играют, Марусеньку вядут. Ой, яблоня кудрявая, ой, бока, зачем я любила такого дурака, е-е-е-ой-ра, ой-ра-ра-ра, ой та-та, та-ра-ра-ра, зачем я любила такого дурака, е-е-е-ой-ра, ой-ра-ра-ра, ой та-та, та-ра-ра-ра, зачем я любила такого дурака. Ой, брось, кота, сюда, перестать шалить, долго дать казачьей родина велит, е-е-е-ой-ра, ой-ра-ра-ра, ой та-та, та-ра-ра-ра, долго дать казачьей родина велит, е-е-е-ой-ра, ой-ра-ра-ра, ой та-та, та-ра-ра-ра, долго дать казачьей родина велит. Ой, сеть красивее, ближе и милее, родина Россия, ты послужишь, е-е-е-ой-ра, ой-ра-ра-ра, ой та-та, та-ра-ра-ра, родина Россия, ты послужишь, е-е-е-ой-ра, ой-ра-ра-ра, ой та-та, та-ра-ра-ра, родина Россия, ты послужишь, е-е-е.
Hey, Kola, prepare.
Hey, hit it!
I'm not your typical bride. The others usually say goodbye to their home. I learned about this only recently.
You had a chance to see it. Not every cursed one has that chance.
That's right. But you'll help me if something goes wrong?
I didn't save you from a demon for nothing.
Thank you, Vasya.
Khaldoons often throw in a pod with 9 peas to prevent horses from passing. You search the haystack, but don't feel any cursed artifacts nearby.
Well, Vasilisa, we've been through fire together to end up here.
Wait a little bit. This feast will get pretty fiery soon.
Vitka, how are you doing after that night?
I don't quite remember what happened, Vasia. I only know one thing. If it wasn't for you, the feast would have been my last. I won't forget it.
It turns out you're like a mother to everyone here.
If there's any cursed wool in the bride's way, it will bring bad luck. If it's bare wool, the procession might not be able to pass at all. You inspect the floor, but you don't notice any cursed artifacts.
Everything is quiet at the moment. There are no Kolduns around except for you and old Igor. I'm keeping my eyes open. If I notice any chorts, I'll tell you.
Chorts? Regular people don't see them.
Wrong. Anyone can see a chort today. Have you heard about the carts with no horses? Who moves them if not chorts?
Well, I know that chorts spin the grindstones.
Uh-huh. And who's pushing a cart if there are no cattle? Chorts! Who else? And then there's another thing. The locomotive, for instance. Oh! And have you heard about Peligraph? Recently in Solikamsk, the Peligraph chorts made such a ruckus. The peasants pulled down Peligraph. It's a sort of nobility that they have a the graph. They got Peligraph.
Peligraph? I've only seen the telegraph.
Huh. So is he scary?
Oh, I barely escaped.
Be on the lookout. Peligraph himself may show up.
So that's how life turns out to be. For so many years, I've been raising a log, and my daughter was suffering from demons. Oh, Jesus Christ. How did it happen? Forgive me, Lord.
Your child wasn't growing. So why didn't you visit a nowhere?
I called a doctor, and he said that it's a kind of a scientific disease.
All diseases come from demons. Why are you listening to doctors? Be glad that Nikolai got to us.
Oh, I don't even know how to thank you, Vasilisa Feodorovna. My daughter will do well with such a matchmaker.
Your daughter is an enviable bride.
I myself couldn't have brought her up better. Lord, forgive me, but how could you say that she grew up with demons? No one would believe it. And such a dowry. Even I got a belt, just like my daughter's. I don't know who sent it, though.
Are you happy with the groom?
Oh, we couldn't hope for better. Practical, has served in the army. What more could you wish for?
How can you live with this friend of yours? I just don't get it.
He's all right. A funny guy. Anyway, I want to speak to you about something else. We need to guard this wedding. Notice anything?
Right, instead of Fetka. But no, everything seems proper.
Keep your eyes open. Don't give any curse a chance to settle.
Have you sensed anything wrong?
The horses were reluctant to go when the procession was leaving the gates. I whispered a bit, and it sort of improved. But these things don't happen without reason. Why don't you have a look? Maybe with your powers of sorcery, you'll be able to find something.
Did you teach our accordion player any words?
I did. And he whispered them correctly.
I hope he doesn't mix anything up.
What could he possibly mix up? I'll look after him.
I don't think any Kolduns will show up. They're scared of you. Have been for a long time now.
Could be. So we won't sound the alarm yet, right? Besides, what's a good wedding without a Koldun duel? There was this event in my youth. I was the best man and guarded the wedding. A disgruntled Koldun showed up. They hadn't invited him, you see? So I gave him a good cursing. He was sick for an entire week after that. but you should look for a curse anyway. We don't want you to be sick.
There once was a Coldoon who served as the best man at a wedding. He guessed all the riddles they posed him. The priest had already performed the blessings, and the couple began to walk over to their guests. However, there was some kind of filth at their feet. The Coldoon wiped it away at once and asked the couple to walk backwards to the priest. Only then did he allow them to join their guests. Filth is a kind of evil eye. In Russian words, the words filth and coral sound similar to one another. He realized there was an evil Coldoon among the guests who hoped to spoil the wedding. At the wedding feast, he noticed a Coldoon from another village. He lifted him up and made him stand on one leg while the others celebrated. A dog of a man, the evil Coldoon whined for mercy. "Let me go, for God's sake, don't shame me." The best man answered him, "Let this be a lesson to you."
Talk to you later, Grandpa. I'll have a look around.
Remember how I taught you to spoil weddings?
Of course I do.
Well, try to find some wool or bean sprouts. You need to dispose of them if some chort left them behind.
All right, Grandpa.
If there's any cursed wool in the bride... Coldoons often throw in a pod with 9... You may go on your way. It turns out the room is noisy because several men decided to kill some time by playing cards. They are so immersed in the game that they fail to notice you.
Hardly anyone visits this part of the house. So this is where the card players decided to hide. Hardly anyone visits this part of the house.
What are you doing here? This is no place for a girl.
Hey, wait! What are you blabbering about? Come in, Vasilisa. Welcome. Long time no see, right? Shh! She's a witch. I know her. Shut your mouth. She'll curse you.
God helps. Samson, you're working on the Zemskaya station, right?
Well, welcome. Be our guest.
Silence, you fool! That's right. From the Urolka station. What are the chances? The bride's parents are old acquaintances of mine.
And I turned out to be a matchmaker. Do you play...
Yes, madam. Would you like to join?
So, are you familiar with the bride's parents?
Her father, when he was still alive, traded salt. He would often visit our region. I told him lots of made-up stories, but he told me a true story about, his daughter.
Don't mind if I do. I'm going to hell anyway.
That's all right. God is merciful. Sit right there, under the icons.
You win.
So, want to play some cards, Vasilisa?
I've heard that those who play cards at a wedding will be dragged to hell by demons exactly a month later.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ!
One of the card players runs away from the table in horror.
What are you scaring us for, Vasya?
Who knows? Maybe I'm not joking.
The card players exchange looks in confusion. You may go on your way. You look into the pantry near the haystacks and see a ruffled silhouette of a Susietko. He seems to be deep in his thoughts, and he doesn't notice you.
Greetings, Susietko kind host.
Oh my, you scared me. Witch, I get rid of you this very instant.
Wait, I'm the matchmaker. I'm helping the wedding, not spoiling it.
Ah, I see. I thought you won on the cursing sword. I have failed to notice in time. I think I saw something the other day, but it wasn't quick enough. The shadow escaped.
I thought that there was no Susietko here, and that the changeling lock drove you away.
Oh, that was the case. The changeling was strong, so he escaped to my relatives. It was only recently that I could come back.
Whom did you see? Tell me in detail.
Some man was rummaging around the haystacks.
Once a young Khaldun came to a wedding. He's never even read a book, but he's quite talented. He sees an old Khaldun sitting in the place of honor, helping himself to treats, and asks him, "Why are you here wearing that fancy hat, gray-haired one?" "And what business is it of yours?" answers old Khaldun. "Or do you think, Greenhorn, that you have no more knowledge than me?" "Of course I do," answers the young man. "Well, if that's the case, why don't you pour us a glass of vodka?" That being done, the old Khaldun whispers something over the glass and says to the young man, "Here, have a drink." The young man does 3 somersaults, takes the glass, and drinks it down. "Now, you have a drink," he tells the old man, pouring another glass. The old one drinks it and at once sticks to the ceiling. The young man takes a whip and begins to lash the old man. The old man screams bloody murder, and his sons start begging the young man to let him go. From then on, nobody's seen this old Khaldun at weddings.
I searched the yard, but I couldn't find anything cursed.
So he hid it well. And no, I could tell straight away. He had a frog and a smart face, not like yours, a typical village face.
Wait, a frog? So he was a merchant?
Devil knows. He could play tricks on my eyes better than you. He sneaked up to me and grabbed me by my fur, but that's all right. I had seen enough by then. Take a look in the morning. You'll find it.
The Susiedka advises you to look in the lining of the chest with the bed sheets, which are to be brought into the house of the groom.
Are you happy with the bride?
Oh, I am. I feel bad though, as I couldn't keep her away from the curse. I don't have much power in the banya.
I need to go, kind Susietko host.
Very well. See you soon. See you soon.
Finally, after the prolonged greetings of the foreign guests, the ritual of drinking to the bride begins. The bride brings wine to everyone, and the guests sit in the traditional order. A dinner is served that consists of many dishes: jellied minced meat, meat soup, fish pie, and calf's head. These are only a tiny portion of all the dishes served. The whole week before the wedding, the bridesmaids and the bride were preparing wailings of grief. Now it's time for songs of praise and glory. Before continuing the feast, you decide to stretch your legs and walk into a decorated room.
And she has the blackest book. And her eyes. A true Satan. She looked at me and I sort of froze. She wanted to set her short on me, but then I told her, I'll hit you so hard.
What did you tell me?
Ah, sweet mother. Oh, Jesus.
It's me who's going to hit you hard. Or should I send my chort on you?
Oh, Vasya, don't curse him. He was a fool. Don't be strict with him. He used to tease me too when I was with Proshka. I was scared of you too then, but you helped me.
Akulina, was it you who I cured of Ikota?
It was me, Vasilisa. Thank you, mistress.
That's how it turned out. Be glad that Proshka turned up on my way. Now this chort follows me around.
So, he's helping you. Who knew it would turn out so well? This is my friend, Pyotr. He's very good with his flute.
Well, it is what it is.
If you tell any more stories like that about me, you won't have any limbs to hold that flute. Got it?
Got it.
So, how are you doing without Proshka?
Oh, I couldn't be happier. The chort doesn't speak from inside me in a scary voice, and the other children don't make fun of me anymore. Thank you, Vasya.
How's your patrol doing? Noticed any more Khaldoons?
Everything's quiet. I'm on the lookout.
Do you like the wedding?
Oh, it's pretty, and the songs, and everyone is dressed so nicely.
That's rubbish. But Nikolai's uniform looks great. I bet he has a gun at home.
Oh, when I grow up, I'll cry my eyes out, and then I'll live happily.
The neighbors of this tall carpenter are lying face down on their plates, snoring peacefully.
Do you think I bored them with my talking? Oh no, that's not the case. In all of Perm Gubernia, there's no man more dashing than me. Well, if it's about carpentry or drinking. Anyway, in all the rest, I'm afraid I'm not that good.
So your axe feeds you?
Yeah, I recently put a blockhouse in Anbor. I'm often hired in this Uyest. If only I was paid as well as I should. I can build whatever you can think of. A boat or a church. My tool is always with me. My loyal axe here.
So no one can beat you at drinking?
I can drink 5 bottles of vodka right now, believe it or not.
With a Zagaver, you use an herb and offer a bet.
Why not?
1 cup after another, and you don't feel a thing. The carpenter soon gives up and falls beside his neighbors. You take your winnings.
Oh, this happened on a blue sea. Oh, and on a calm lake.
Vasilisa Fyodorovna, God be with you. I know I didn't believe you outright, but I was wrong. Oh, thank you, Vasilisa Fyodorovna. I don't know how to thank you. Take some sour cream from our cow. Oh, it was a lucky day when we met you. Oh, it was a lucky day when we met you.
The feast is not yet over, but it will not continue on without your approval.
Oh, Vasilisa, the bride told us about you.
Such a man she got herself, right?
Hush! Do you want to curse her?
Me? I can't curse. Here, Vasya will prove me right, right? But what a man, a soldier. Maybe I should get dragged away by chorts?
Thank you for helping me. I understand that you got this friend quite suddenly.
That's all right. She's a fine girl. Feel like we've known her all these years.
It's a pity she didn't show up earlier.
Aren't you afraid that the bride used to be a changeling?
What's there to be scared about? She's ordinary now.
Things happen in life. It wasn't her decision to become a demon. Such was her fate.
The only one to blame here is her mother.
Oh, she's also suffered her fill with the changeling. God is forgiving.
The feast is not yet over, but it will not continue on without your approval. The feast continues, and each of the guests is honored with a song of glorification. After each song, it is customary to thank the singers with some money. Your turn comes. The song begins «Ты княжна наша Сващенка». When the sound of the choir dies down, a girl with a tray approaches you. All the guests whisper disapprovingly, and the singers point out your stinginess with a mocking song. You whisper a zagover while you sing, grinning to yourself. They'll have plenty of troubles with their health. At the end of the feast, a ritual dish is served. Selyanka, a large baked pudding with eggs. Nikolai deftly cuts a piece of pie and gifts his mother-in-law the customary coins. The feast will go on until morning, but old Yegor convinces you that tomorrow is the most important day, the traveling of the wedding procession to the wedding ceremony. You go home to have a little rest before dawn.
God bless. Yegor Yevlampovich, Vasilisa Fyodorovna. I came for you, Vasilisa. I'll get you to Pakcha. And you, Yegor Yevlampovich, will get to Vilgard. Get ready. I'll wait for you at the gates.
You reach the bride's izba with the light of dawn. The changeling girl sits under the icons and starts a long ritual of saying farewell to the maidenly headband. The bridesmaids chant Uzhyasyaduka Maladyoshenka. The bride hands out red satin ribbons to everyone. The bride gives the prettiest one to you. The ritual drags on, and the guests have yet to arrive. The sounds of the last wailings quiet down close to the evening. The bridesmaids begin dressing the bride in the wedding gown, and you decide to look once more for cursed items in the yard while waiting for the guests. You go down into the yard. It looks empty and grim without wedding guests. Not surprising. This roof was home to an evil spirit for many years. You jump from a sudden rustling. You think you heard it coming from one of the haystacks, but which one? Was the noise coming from this haystack or the other one? In the dry grass, you find your old acquaintances lying in wait and grab them both by the scruff of their necks.
Let me go! Vasya, you again!
What are you planning here?
Sorry, Vasya. We were trying to ambush an evil Khaldun, not you.
Someone has been here for sure. We've been watching all night and saw it. He sneaked in and planted an ikota on the wedding.
Oh, Christ in heaven! Not an ikota!
It's alright. I'll protect you. Khalduns have no business cursing weddings.
What Khaldun did you see?
He sneaked in at night. Satan himself, I swear by God.
The gates opened by themselves, and the Aden seals were flying around.
It means Chorts were moving it.
And he himself didn't look like a Khaldun. He was dressed as a townsperson.
He started to whisper. It was so fast and so frightening. It was so dark, we almost couldn't see anything.
She likely won't find it by herself.
Stop whistling.
This flute must be good against the Khalduns.
So he ran, and we decided to change our hiding spot in case he'd be back. And you came.
What did that Khaldun do?
He whispered a lot and did something with his hands.
Wedding spoiling. It was considered taboo to not invite a Khaldun to a wedding. It was akin to not inviting close or distant relatives. People were afraid of Khalduns and generally did not want to take the risk. If by chance or for some other reason a Khaldun was not invited, there was a good reason to fear the consequences. This fear was well depicted in the painting A Sorcerer Comes to a Peasant Wedding by the Russian painter Vasily Maximov, a member of the Peredvizniki group. It was believed that there could be many magical ways to spoil a wedding. For instance, a Khaldun could set newlyweds against each other, or put a spell on the guests as a prank or with evil intent.
I think he was scattering cursed items.
We'll help you find them, Vasya.
She likely won't find it by herself.
All right, if you want to help, go right ahead. Petka, look in this haystack for a peapod with 9 peas. You, Akulina, look in that haystack. And I'll search the yard. All clear?
Clear. You likely won't find it without us.
All right, Vasilisa.
You closely inspect the floor. To your horror, you find a patch of burned dog hair. You remove it with a Zagaver and throw it away in disgust. The chest contains snowy white bed sheets for the newlyweds. They must be given to the house of the groom once you go to the izba. You cut into the lining and, to your horror, find something furry inside. You find a dried bear paw that emanates dark sorcery. You hide this new artifact in your bag, as if against your will. The chest contains snowy white bed sheets for the newlyweds. They must be given to... Suddenly, Petka calls out to you.
Vasya, I found it, I think.
I too found some traces of the curse. You and I both have some. That's a lot. What do you have, Akulina?
Huh?
Well, it doesn't matter if you don't have any.
I found some, Vasya. Also a pod.
Quite a few curses. Powerful Khaldun is involved here.
The children look at each other worrisomely.
Give me those pods. Who knows what else is our enemy capable of? A curse? Will he summon Chorts? A mortal threat.
You jump from the sudden knock at the gates. The children run inside the house, screaming. After several minutes of bargaining, you open the gates.
Go get your bride upstairs. I need to speak to the Master of Ceremonies.
You seem alarmed, Vasilisa.
I found so many cursed things right now. Someone powerful is trying to curse this wedding.
You tell old Yegor about your discoveries.
You can stop the wedding now.
But why? Wait, I'll tell Nikolai.
Old Yegor forcefully grabs your arm.
Hold there. Do you want to spoil their wedding? If you stop the procession right now, their whole life could go sideways.
Yes, but what if we're stopped on our way down the aisle? No one knows how all these curses turn out.
That's your task, Matchmaker, to guard the procession against it. If it stops, then yes, only God knows what will happen. Don't bother the betrothed. Do your job, and I will do mine. We'll teach Fechka some Zagavars. He may learn something yet.
All right, Grandpa.
Let's go. We need to bless them on their way.
All the guests gather in the izba. After the blessings of Nikolai and his bride, the procession departs to Vilgort, to the Church of the Trinity.
This girl sure is lucky, right?
Yes, if you can return from another world. She wouldn't have done it by herself. We helped her. So is the case with the other dead. They can't get back by themselves.
So Kolya wouldn't pull her out without you, right?
Without me or Grandpa, unlikely.
You know, I've been thinking. In a way, you also pulled me out from the grave. If you didn't come that night to the pot house, Shorts would have killed me.
Yes, I think that's how it happened.
I've heard what the girls in Vilgard have been saying, that you didn't want to become a witch. But you did become one, right? And so I've been thinking, you did it to help your betrothed.
Why would you think that?
You and your grandpa are taking me for a fool, but I see lots of things. The dead men can't go back by themselves, right? I visited lots of evening gatherings. I saw how much you loved him. So I think you decided. Vasya, stop this nonsense. Nothing good will come of it. You brought back that girl, but she never died. She was kidnapped, right? I was quite close to being dead, but she betrothed. Is dead. Buried.
Quit running your mouth. You don't understand anything.
Wait, don't be angry. I'm not joking. I came close to seeing the afterlife. There's no coming back from there. And your chords constantly beg you for work, right? So how many people have you cursed already?
Not so many.
And what's next? Sooner or later, they'll get hungrier and hungrier and start dragging our souls to the grave. I've listened closely to many stories. Your church will also drag you to hell, along with who knows how many peasants.
Don't judge Khaldun's by the old wife's tales. I'm keeping my chords in check. You're saying my chords will be the death of me. You can't know my fate. And you don't know his fate.
That's right. I don't. But I decided to make my own fate. You have your fate. You heard the Troika, so that's your fate. Maybe it wasn't a trick, but I have it differently. You remember how I stole from the shop? It wasn't the first time. I've done lots of similar things. I think maybe I should quit this kind of life. Start a household. I know it's not as fun or exciting. You saved me, so I wanted to ask your advice. You were nowhere after all. What do you think?
You have your own life, Fetka. It may be better than the rest of ours. For instance, I'm a nowhere. We also make our own life. Don't you fall in the rut.
Well, if you think of it this way, you might be just right, Vaisa.
Fetka grins and flings the reins. Pakcha village is surrounded by mist, and the road to Vilgurt lies ahead of you. You think that if someone wanted this wedding ruined, he wouldn't be stopped this easily. You look around anxiously and prepare for the worst. The winding path lures you in with a damp mist and mysterious shadows. What spirits hide behind them? Soon, you get to Cold Creek Ford. Yours and the bride's carts cross the water with a splash, but the third cart isn't so lucky. One of the wheels hits a stone, and all its passengers fall overboard. You look around and notice demon eyes in the dark. Fetka gives you a questioning look. What should you do with the rest of the guests? You hold the horses and give a lift to several nimble guests. The older and slower ones are lost in the mist. Behind your back, you hear human screams and demons croaking. In the mist, you can't tell what has become of the guests left behind. The wedding train reaches the shadows of the gloomy trees of the Crooked Forest. Strange sounds escape the evening darkness. It appears the mysterious Khaldun cursed this road as well. Your suspicions prove correct. Although you have known this forest since you were a child, the road meets a fork that you have no memory of. Looks like the turn on the right is used more often than the one to the left. You don't recognize the last fork either. The road to the left looks like it's submerged in darkness, and you see some moonlight above the road to the right. You arrive at another fork. The road to the left lies through a thick forest, and to the right, you see a clearing amongst the trees. Finally, the forest is behind you. Vilgurt is close, so you decide to take a break. Mikhail's crossroads look unfamiliar. You feel as if you have entirely lost your sense of direction. You can't tell north from south. It's as if you are standing at this crossroads for the first time. You decide to resort to sorcery. You quickly whisper the words of the Zagavar and listen.
Sorcery. Mythological and pagan worldviews view the future as predetermined by destiny. This is why one could glimpse the future from divinations. During calendar holidays, when the borders between worlds grow thin, sorcery was considered to be especially effective. In a place of transition such as a crossroads, sorcery might become even more reliable. Thus, at a crossroads at night and during Yuletide divinations, one could hear hints regarding the future. Sounds of a woodcutter's axe told of a coffin death was constructing, while the sound of jingle bells told of a fast approaching wedding.
You chose the right way.
Stream
you make no
Elements
mistake in choosing
said,
the road.
"Stay moist,
This
my
task
friends.
is right
Hydrate."
down your alley. The road to Vilgert passes by uneventfully, and you have a chance to rest. Looks like this is the last piece of the road to the Church of the Trinity.
Vasilisa, stop the procession!
Alexander, we can't. It's a bad omen.
I suppose I can hide it now. No time to argue. I intend to curse your wedding procession, and I'm willing to see it through.
What? Are you telling me that everything you do is based on science?
I can leave it be, but only if you give me the book.
But why do you need to ruin the wedding?
It's simple. I can take this artifact only if you're sufficiently weakened.
If the procession stops, the curse may splash out. Only God knows what should happen then.
Right. You're only saying this so I wouldn't interfere. No such thing will happen.
Listen to me. This is dangerous. Very dangerous.
You can't scare me, Vasilisa. Either give me the book, or the procession stops.
So that's how it is in your world. Always playing pretend. You could have helped me with the snake that time.
I wanted to, but you were doing fine on your own, and I wanted to see what kind of witch you were. I did. I think you're as powerful as me. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just need the book.
You know about this? What do you need it for? What are you planning?
Don't stall, Vasilisa. Fight me.
Listen. Let me wed this couple, and then we can fight. Why involve the bride and groom?
You won't trick me, Vasilisa. I came especially prepared for this fight. Now when there's a curse around us, we are equal.
I can't give you the book, you know that.
Then it's the only way. Défense-toi! Give me the book, Vasilisa, and the guests will be safe.
They have nothing to fear. I'll protect the wedding.
I don't want to hurt you, Vasilisa. Not if I don't have to.
You've been lying like the devil himself, and now you want me to believe you?
Give up, or the entire wedding procession will be transformed.
Not if I stop you first.
Alexander's driver notices that his master is weakened and strikes the horses. The carriage drives away. With horror, you realize that his last Zagavers weren't directed at you, but at the procession. The horses lose their footing, and the first carts overturn with a terrible crash. The world around you turns into a cacophony of screams, both animal and human. Alexander's curse hits the weakened wedding procession and slices through it. Some of the wedding guests turn into wolves and run into the forest. Others have lost consciousness or are injured from the crash. You notice old Yegor and run towards him. Several Zagavers later, and your mentor comes to his senses.
Grandpa! Grandpa, you're alive?
Vasilisa! Oh, Jesus, my head hurts. Ugh.
Wait, I'll whisper a bit.
No time. What's happened to the procession? Was it cursed after all?
Yes, many of the guests were turned to wolves.
So they were. I wasn't seeing straight. I saw how Fedka was turning.
I'll get that, Alexander. Oh, but what should we do now?
Shush, don't whine. There's no time to think about that lad now. First, we fix the wedding. That's all right. You'll catch the wolves and heal them. Next thing you know, the seal will be broken.
How will I find them? Even my chords may not be able to find the cursed.
We'll find them. I have this old friend of mine, a hunter. He will track them. Find out who's missing and fix up the wounded. Then we'll get ready for the road.
How did they turn into wolves? No one has heard of such thing for 100 years or more.
Well, your friend there cast a strong curse, and then you were right. Fedka is not very knowledgeable for a best man.
How do I lift the curse?
You need special herb, Cuckoo's Tears. It grows deep in the forest, in the Leshy's domain. I think this hunter of mine will give you a hand with the herb as well.
Who's that friend of yours?
Just a hunter. I'll tell you at home.
So Fedka turned also?
Yes, there is his accordion. At first I thought I was seeing things.
What do we do with the bride and groom now?
They'll manage. I'll teach them a couple of secret prayers.
Some horses have fled. Only the bravest of them all have stayed. They're also worried. It smells like wolves here. Some horses have fled. Only the bravest of them all have stayed. All the carts have turned over. Some of them are broken. They are quite easy to fix. The guests, on the other hand, all the carts have turned over. Some of them are broken.
Your friend, the Ikotnitsa, is lying here. Akulina has lost consciousness. It seems the girl is hurt. Akulina comes to her senses and with difficulty stands on her feet.
Oh, Vasya, have you healed me?
Akulina, you're alive. Oh Lord, oh Jesus.
She's going to be all right now. Akulina, have you noticed where the wolves went?
I haven't. I don't remember anything since I fell. I can't see Piotr anywhere. He must have been turned too.
Your mother will bring you home. Rest there.
All right, Vasya.
Thank you, Vasilisa Fyodorovna. I'll pray for you.
Did you notice where the wolves ran?
Somewhere in the direction of Pakcha. They hid in the forest straight away. I barely had any time to look. I only noticed that several of the bridesmaids turned. The horror! I've heard of such things, but never thought would witness it.
How a Khaldun ruined a wedding. Khalduns are not people at all. Their souls wander restlessly between heaven and hell. It's no wonder they're disagreeable. They often do more harm than good. They especially dislike not being invited to weddings. One time in our village, a Khaldun did not want his daughter to marry a simple plowman. He needed to pass his craft on to his next of kin, you see. But his daughter defied him. Long story short, the guests gathered in his yard. They were noisy and in a festive mood. The Khaldun decided to have some fun at their expense. He whispered something and the guests turned into wolves. He began thrashing about in the yard, but he had erred somewhat. He forgot to close the gates and the werewolves escaped to the forest. Werewolves are easy to distinguish from regular wolves, for they have red eyes and serve the latter.
A wounded peasant girl is lying in the grass. Looks like she's lost consciousness. The girl thanks you with a weak voice, but then loses her senses again. At least her life isn't at risk.
Vasilisa, my head is dizzy. Where is Nikolai?
I can't see him. Listen.
He's also been transformed. I seem to be destined to go return to evil spirits.
Don't lose hope. I'll go after him and the rest of the guests. I know I failed at protecting the wedding, but I'll try to fix it.
Looks like you were right about Fetka. I should have listened to you.
He's not the one who ruined the wedding. That was another Khaldun. That's all right. I'll deal with him. As soon as I get Nikolai back, you'll make it to the church. I'll set your life straight.
I hope that God will help you, Vasilisa.
Ready to go back. You can barely stand upright. Vasilisa, get up. It's morning already. We need to hurry while the wolf tracks are still fresh. I told you yesterday about my friend, the hunter. He is a master of his craft. He can track any beast.
These aren't exactly beasts.
And the hunters aren't exactly simple folk. They're knowers of their own sort. Some are friends with the Leshy, others know Zagavars. This one is called Ayrat, a smart man, lives near Cherting.
You think he'll help me?
He will. When you meet him, tell him I sent you. We had a deal. I give him the stuff, and he owes me one.
The moment we took on the next seal, the wolves showed up, as if the devil himself arranged it.
I don't know. If anyone helps us, it must be some power from above. Satan can only spoil things, and forces of light wouldn't curse a wedding. Mysterious are his ways. Who knows? Who knows?
You think I can break the curse with the wedding guests?
Only you can find it out.
How do I find the guests?
You and Ayrat will follow the tracks.
I also need to talk to Alexander.
No point. He must have fled. If I were him, I would stay away from you.
And leave him unpunished? Just give me a couple of seconds. I'll let him swell so much he won't fit into a cart.
You want to find him? So be it. Ask around in Alyoshkina village. The talk is that his family's from there. I found this out during my last visit there.
Where can I find your friend?
Ayrat lives close to Cherding. You'll learn about him in the town, in the hunting shop there. It's summer now, so he shouldn't be wandering in the woods. To cure the wolves, look for a cuckoo's tears herb. You should find it in the forest. Some herbalists may also have it. Have a look in the town market. And above all, don't forget the seal.
All right, Grandpa.
Greetings, kind host. We bear gifts, a fine rooster for you, which should prove useful for the household.
Greetings. Come sit by the table. Need any help?
Oh, we have a disaster on our hands in our village of Klepnikova. Oh, the things that have happened. We must have made Aleshi angry. Yesterday, a shepherd was looking after our cattle, and a pack of wolves jumped him. Scared halfway to death he was. They wanted to kill him along with the animals, but he threw his accordion at them. He wants to be a musician, and a wolf tore at it instead. The man ran as fast as he could. He barely made it.
I think I can deal with that pack.
Then there is this strange thing. One of the wolves, our shepherd has a sharp eye, was wearing a jacket. Holy Mother, Lord Jesus!
All right, I'll help.
Oh, thank you, mistress. I won't forget it.
Half the village has gathered in front of yesterday's bride. The peasants are violently knocking on the gates. Looks like you've come just in time. The situation is getting hotter with every minute.
Come out, Agafia! Bring out your girl, that cursed witch!
I'll beat her so hard she'll bring our kin back right away. I heard it's a potent remedy.
Why have you gathered here? It's late. Go back to your homes.
Who are you, girl?
She's a witch from Vilgard. Don't expect kindness from her.
Well, let's beat her first. That'll probably remove the curse from the wedding guests.
Stop! There are no guilty people here. You're barking up the wrong tree.
Never trust a witch. That's what my pa used to say.
It seems that the peasants are hostile. How can I convince them otherwise? You want to beat me? I alone can help you. And the bride? You think she wanted to curse her own groom? She wanted to get married as soon as possible. Why would she hurt her guests? She didn't transform the procession. Some man did it. Many people saw it. Ask those who weren't turned.
All right. We believe you this time. But you better bring back my son.
I'm going to lift the curse. Soon everyone will be at home.
After discussing your arguments, the peasants disperse. One old lady even blesses you and gives you some milk. The bride opens the gates and thanks you for your help. While hurrying to Vilgert, you walk onto the main road and see a dark whirlwind coming your way. In a moment, you realize it to be a short swarm and open the black book. The last chort disappears into black flames. You can only wonder who set this swarm upon you. You carefully move along the silent street, looking at the carved windows of the rich houses. Suddenly, you hear two muffled voices coming from the town's cemetery.
At least I remember you, right, Ilya?
When will you stop already, you spawn of the devil? What if the left one and the right one pop up? What then, huh?
Well, they surely won't. They've forgotten about you. I asked around, you know.
Damn. I wish I couldn't see you for a century or so.
That's what I'm talking about. Precisely a century is almost up. And we've been doing so well together, I didn't even touch you. Wait! I smell something.
You decide to stay and listen to the end of the conversation.
You didn't give me quarter, though, did you? I told you. Count the dust, the pine leaves. And you? It's all about cursing someone for you.
And how would you curse weddings without me, huh?
Yeah, those were the days. I stopped processions, all right, and transformed wedding guests. Only I'm going to hell for this.
I saved you from the inferno, didn't I? Just lie here quietly in your grave. Later with that, I smell something foul. a live one. Look, a witch is eavesdropping on us.
Well, we struck her now, won't we?
In the village, you spot a group of peasants with a priest. The father sprinkles the well with the holy water. A prayer is read. After the ritual is over, the group disperses except for one old man who continues to cross himself.
An evil Koldoon. You should never offend a Koldoon at a wedding, not to mention the things he might do if you don't invite him. Once, for instance, a Koldoon stood at the front of a wedding procession, stuck his staff in the ground, and the horses wheezed and stopped dead in their tracks. It didn't occur to the best man, also a Koldoon, that the road had been stolen away and needed to be reclaimed. In the meantime, the evil Koldoon whispered some words and turned the entire procession into bears that then ran into the woods. Later, a hunter told of 2 bears he had just killed. The first had a body just like a man. When the hunter skinned the 2 bears, he saw that the first had a leather pouch, and the second had some beads under its fur. As it turned out, these bears were the bride and groom. The trick with the staff was a simple one. It was smeared with wolf fat. The horses sensed a beast nearby and would go no further.
What, girl? Came to drink, you feel? No, can do. The well's gone dry. The Lord punishes.
When did the well go dry?
Only recently. Up until now, everything was fine.
I may be able to fix it.
You know something? That's good. The only thing more important in life than knowledge is the belief in God.
You describe your acquaintance and ask about Alexander.
There are hundreds of rich Alexanders like that all over Perm, pretty girl. You think you can find yours here? I've lived here in Alyoshkina for a long time, girl. I may be able to help you. This village used to belong to landlords. Our masters weren't cruel, but they were somewhat peculiar. What were their names, lords? Help me. Can't remember. But they were interested in demons and Zagavors. Their servants used to talk about how they performed some kind of mansion rituals or something. Well, we also had a Nowhere girl. What a beauty she was. They took her as nanny for their son. The boy was named Sasha. That's why I'm telling you this. They've moved now. Where? I don't know. Ask around in town.
In the village, you spot a group of peasants with a priest. The father the well seems to have dried up long ago. Your skin crawls when at its bottom you see the burning eyes of a demon. You look at the peasant, bend over the well, and call out to the spirit in a whisper.
Huh? You scared me, girl. Are you a Koldoon?
What are you doing down there? You're a Polivoy, not a well spirit. The well is dry because of you.
I send the water away. How would I stay down here otherwise?
I can't go back to my fields at night, so I just wait here until the morning. Some wicked shorts turned up in my field. They won't leave me alone. All night they play cards and make noise, so I sleep here at night.
Will you leave this well if I deal with those chorts?
Sure I will. What else do I need this place for? I am a Polivoy, not a well spirit.
I'll help you then. Soon it will be quiet at night in your field. What kind of chort are you?
I am a Polivoy. I look after fields. I guard them. But this time, the chorts were too strong. I tend to the grasses and look after the cattle if they graze on my field. There is a little of our kind left here.
In the village, you spot a group of peasants. You whisper a prayer and catch your breath. In the field, you find a noisy company of chorts immersed in a game of cards. When you order them to leave the field, they laugh and offer you a bet. If you win, they'll leave the field be. But if you lose, they'll take your soul. After getting rid of the chorts, you get back to the village. The thankful Polivoy gives you a treasure consisting of copper coins and a silver dish, which he found in his field. There's a winding trail that leads through the gloomy woods to the place where cattle graze. For some reason, people call it a road. You cautiously look around and suddenly hear muted growling from the shadows. Could it be your imagination? You draw a circle and open the book. Minutes pass, but only the empty night surrounds you. At least you had some practice. The bank is wrapped in a slippery fog. You look into the milky veil, expecting to see running wolf shadows, but notice only the swirls of the slippery haze. After looking around, you notice some wolf tracks on the sand, and a torn-up shepherd's accordion. This instrument obviously went through the paws of some wild beast. Its body is scratched with claws, and the bellows are torn to shreds. In the grills of the instrument, you find a broken wolf tooth. The tracks are leading east and are lost in the forest fog. You follow them for some time, but you finally lose them, along with your sense of direction. Suddenly, you're injured by a sharp branch that came out of nowhere. There's a drop near the road. It's notorious for the stories told of it. They say two bandits killed each other here in a dispute over money. They were both buried here. They say the reason for their fight is still at the bottom of this ravine. It smells of rot and graveyard dampness at the bottom. You find 3 old graves here. You turn up some stones in search of the promised treasures. Unfortunately, you don't find even a single ruble, but you have disturbed the spirits. Even after sunset, the town is boiling with activity. The shops and stalls are open. Your eyes are dragged towards high stone domes and merchant houses almost against your will. You soon find a hunting shop old Yegor was telling you about.
Looks like the shop is closed. The empty stalls looks gloomy. I wish I had come here on a fair day. Looks like the shop is closed.
The wisdom that lies upon dark pages is not that of madness. You cannot paint me as a liar.
Low prices. Buy some herbs and other goods I've brought for you from the woods.
We didn't see you at Mr. Nikolsky's house yesterday. Did something happen?
Oh, right. The Dvorovoys have lost the key, and I was left without a dress at the last possible moment. I couldn't afford to show up like some kind of unkempt peasant girl now, could I? What are you looking at, girl? By whose orders are you here?
You question the townswomen about your acquaintance.
I know who you're talking about. This family is definitely of means.
I heard he's the sole heir.
I think their family estate is somewhere in the suburbs.
The players are carried away by a game of Durak. A couple of tiny chorts are sitting on the drunkard's left shoulder, perhaps they're to blame for his present state. This puny thing isn't worth a Zagavr. The moment you touch your book, the demons disappear, muttering angrily. The peasant, it seems, has started to breathe more steadily.
Lowest price around! Come get your newspaper!
What's the Cherden Daily?
The latest news from across the Uyezd. It's cheap. Buy one. I might not be here tomorrow. Buy it now. You won't get any poorer.
Uyezd paper Solokemsk Daily. The tragic event at the salt refinery. Following a series of setbacks, the manufacturing owner commits suicide. The workers are deeply unsettled. According to reports, some of them went mad, claiming forces of evil are to blame for the recent misfortunes. Forest of Mystery. Our land is famous for its wealth as well as for the vastness of its forests, which spread across the Uyezd. That's a hard word to say from an English perspective. Uyezd. One of those forests has of late become the subject of rumors, according to various hunters. Evil spirits bound within. It is possible the forest will become a tasty morsel for anyone brave enough and not prone to superstitious beliefs to venture into it. A telegraph mishap. Progress is not for everyone. Last week, several peasants from the village of Nizhny Moshevo were found acting with malicious intent. For reasons unknown, but with the utmost distastefulness, they disrupted the communications of our land with Solokemsk by damaging the telegraph lines. At present, all guilty parties were apprehended and await public justice. Vanished without a trace. It has been several years since our government, our holy land of Perm, has been the subject of alarming and horrifying news. The village of Nemzaya, dear to all who have had a chance to visit it in a spare moment of leisure, vanished without a trace. Like the moon behind an inky cloud. Where has it gone and who is to blame? A police investigation is underway.
Wait! Don't open your mouth. Don't count the crows. Buy the daily for cheap.
Mr. Fairbanks? I need to question you about one of your buyers.
I don't care what you need.
A hunter had to buy supplies from you. His name is Irad.
A peasant girl doesn't belong here.
You curse the arrogant merchant.
How do you feel, Mr. Fairbanks? Are you well?
I can deal with you now. Alright. I'll tell you about your hunter, but leave me alone. Irad lives on the edge of Cherden in the east. I haven't seen him in my shop for a long time. I don't know why you would need him, and I don't care. I think he's finished hunting. Well, don't just stand here in front of the shop. You've learned what you need, so go.
The welcoming light of the Hunter's Lodge is lost among the gloomy outline of pines at the forest's edge. The trees look like stern guardians, standing watch over the grim secrets of the forest. The host is standing near the house.
God bless.
Salam. Who are you?
I'm a granddaughter of Igor Churov, a knower from Belgard.
Vasilisa. Long time no see. I remember when you were this tall. Well, what brings you here?
Grandpa told me you've known each other for a long time, so you know me as well.
I saw you when I visited Igor. You were little then. They didn't call him Old Igor then.
Did he help you?
He did. But all was not well. It's a long story.
I came for help. I need to go to the forest, track the wolves.
The wolves, you say?
You tell him about the events of the wedding.
It so happens that I know. I'll help you. I've known Shuralev for a long time. I'll guide you through the forest.
You think the Liashe is to blame? But how will we find the wolves?
We will, Alabirga, we will. The wolves are gathering in the pack. They'll need a leader. The tracks are leading to Palud, so we'll go there. I was thinking, where did so many wolves come from? It turns out it's your doing.
This man is to blame, Alexander.
Yeah, but he failed to protect. Now your wolves are running amok. They wounded my falcon. They could start attacking people. We need to hurry.
You're hunting with a falcon? I don't remember hearing about that.
Yeah, it's a rare skill. So what now? The curse is passed on to him, but the bite is a weak one.
Let me have a look at your bird.
The wound has almost closed, but the falcon looks bad. You feel the traces of the curse on the wound.
The falcon needs a herb, but which one would be good for a curse? I don't think we can manage without this herb. You need Peter's Cross. I think we can find it nearby.
You search the closest glades, and soon find the herb you seek. Several Zagavers, and the falcon is cured.
Thank Allah. Thank you, Vasilisa. Igor didn't study you in vain. Take it. I know the feather will be useful in a sorcery.
We need to hurry. They could scatter, and then we won't be able to find them.
It seems some of them are going towards the hunter. Be careful.
Several wolf-like figures emerge from the forest. The beasts do not waste any time for their attack.
Well, that's not as good as one would hope for, but a chance to evade enemies' waste by 50% is still better than not evading it at all, so I will most certainly be adding that to our thing. Question is what the hell do we get rid of? I like all of my thingies way too much at this point. I guess maybe this one? That said, if we're able to get rid of waste, we don't need to worry about having our health up as much, I guess. So, I guess this one.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Oh, thank you very much for the raid, Toast. Welcome on in, friends.
Toast and
Welcome
Butterfly
on in.
said, "Get RIIDED tilde."
Welcome on in, friends. I hope you guys are having a fantastic existence.
Stream Elements said, "Look who's decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel. https://www.twitch.tv/toastandbutterfly."
I would ask what you're playing, but it's probably safe to assume that you're playing Yakuza, yeah? You didn't get whooped too hard? You whooped everybody up?
Toast and Butterfly said, "Well, I completed it."
Oh, you completed the whole game? That's what's up. Now it's time to move on to the next Yakuza, right? There's only like 20 games. They are good games though, from what I've seen.
Toast and Butterfly said, "Whoops, thought it would be a smidge longer." Toast and Butterfly said, "But all I have left is Yakuza 5, and, yeah, that's a mountain of time."
Hey, that's a good thing though, right? Games are supposed to distract us and consume time. That's the entire point. I do hope you have fun with Yakuza 5. I'm not sure how many I've seen plays of. I know I've seen Yakuza 3 because you were playing that one, and Yakuza 0. And then there was one where I distinctly remember the ending. There's like a helicopter and the money goes everywhere. I'm not sure which one that is. There's so many Yakuza. Let's see, how should I play this? Try to keep hoping that the shield will hit him. It doesn't need much more, so maybe him and him. That should get rid of him, right? That's 15. Decisions. There we go. Now that I have the hawk feather that gets rid of or has a chance of getting rid of waste, watch them not have any enemies that have waste as a weapon. That would be something they would do, wouldn't it? We'll see, I suppose, but let's finish these wolves off. We got 3 Smerteas now, so goodbye.
The wounded beasts retreat with fangs bared. With the help of a few old Zagavers, one of the attackers turns into a human. The rest of the beasts, who were ordinary wolves, hide in the forest. You feel the power that fills the Black Book. The seal is still intact, but you're on the right path.
Allah, it's true. He turned back.
What's going on? Have you drank too much?
I wish that were the case. You had a curse on you. Now you're safe. Go home.
Good. Thank you, Vasilisa.
We saved one. How many are left?
Yes, we need to stock up on herbs to break the curse.
You can find the herbs all over the forest. Let's rest a bit and get going. Follow me. I have a samovar ready.
Oh, I think that's got all of the pages for the third seal. Okay. I do think we've managed to get all the pages. We are just doing it. 4, 4, 4, 4. Yeah, I think we've got all the pages now. I do think we do. Very good. And we've got 985 coins. So we are doing very good on coins. We also have 318 cents. So we are sinners for sure. Very good. Okay. Moving on.
What a cause he's by.
Hush, Proshka. You'll scare the hunter.
He won't hear anything. Not unless I want to. If I'm dealing with a regular human, he won't know a thing that I'm saying. He thinks I'm purring. Ha! Don't worry. We'll catch your friends soon enough. And put them on a nice strong chain.
It's not funny. What if they've already tried some wolf food?
Then all the better reason for the chain.
Proshka.
It's better to go in the dark. We may not be able to find werewolves during the daytime.
Did Grandpa help you in the past?
There was this incident with Shorade, but I wasn't able to give this chart his due. Maybe it's for the better that you showed up. With a nowhere, we'll be able to track the Leshy.
How will we search for wedding guests?
We'll follow their tracks. Alaberga will track down every one of them. Looks like they went to Pollute Stone. We'll find them there.
I need a magic herb. Do you know where they can grow?
To the east of Kolva, all the forests are old, all with masters. That means you'll find your herb there.
Several steps over old moss are enough for the constant murmur of fir branches to cover you entirely. Before you, you see the rotting wooden frames of an abandoned village. You think to yourself, is this the fate of everything on this earth? In the corners of the abandoned rooms, you see stoves like stone dead men. You peek into one izba and then into another. The village is abandoned by people and spirits alike. On the road, you see a wooden whistle. It belongs to Petka. It looks like you're on the right path. A circle made of meadow flowers is in the middle of the village. Accompanied by a cold wind, the old secrets the grim fir branches speak of causes the white petals of cuckoo's tears to shiver with fear. You whisper the secret words and pick the herbs that grow here. But will it be enough for all the cursed? Ayrat notices a wolf footprint among the rotten boards and impassable nettle. He says a lot of beasts have come through here recently. The path leads to the east. You also see some pieces of cloth. These are the cursed wolves.
Knower versus Knower, part 1 of 3. There's nothing worse than two Kolduns coming to blows. Once, one of them, Nikita, was visiting us. The second one, Makar, who was a tad younger, came to guzzle some oat mash. So Nikita says, "Why did you come over uninvited? Go mind your own business. You're not the boss of me. What with such little power you have left?" "We'll see about that. Why don't you, kind host, step out? Things in here are about to get ugly." So everyone left except for me. I stayed in the corner hiding stealthily on the stove.
Ayrat leads you along the wolf tracks. Sometimes he lets his falcon fly, and it seems to help him stay on the right path. The moss under your feet grumbles with every step. Shadows peer out from among the gloomy pines. Or could it be you're just seeing invisible spirits among the rustling branches? You step sideways from the path the hunter leads you along and hear a warning shout, but it's too late. A ravine opens beneath your feet. Luckily, it's not very deep. You get up and look around nervously. The chort must have confused you. Ayrat leads you along the wolf tracks. Sometimes he lets his any danger in the deep of the forest where man's power is insignificant could prove fatal. You stop the hunter and draw a circle. Fir needles rustle in the dark. No demons show up. In the trembling light of the dying fire, you see a fisherman fighting a wolf pack. He tries to get away on a boat, fighting the beasts with his oar. The rest of the wolves scatter. Looks like there were no werewolves among them. The grateful fisherman gives you all his money and his evening catch. After that, he crosses himself and bows to Palyut. He assumes it was him who brought you.
Vishera. The Vishera River is famous not only for being the main passage route before the taiga was cleared to make way for roads, but also for legends regarding its origin. Long ago, two blood brothers, Poad and Betlan, fought for the heart of the beautiful Vishera and killed each other. The Beauty's tears became the only mountain river in the Perm region. The bodies of the giant brothers turned into rocks and cliffs.
A gloomy river has slowly filled this glade, turning it into a rotting sore. You notice a black figure that jumps from hillock to hillock, all along the way, twitching in a strange manner. Your blood runs cold. Greedy swamp sludge grabs onto you when you try to catch up to the strange shadow. It's a werewolf. You call out to the wolf, but he only glances at you before disappearing into the trees. One more step. You're very close, but a strange half-wolf chort appears with his retinue from the thicket.
I think maybe I will switch out the Makalashka for the Cherub. +2 vampirism honestly doesn't seem to do that much for healing, and yeah, this gives me 12 health, but this gives me 7 regeneration. I feel like that might be kind of more important, considering we're starting to have a bit of a problem with when they do get through, we don't really have a whole lot of way to heal. I definitely don't want to get rid of that. I guess I could get rid of the Hawk Feather, and if I lose a fight that has waste, I could put that on, but I'd much rather have it on and potentially be at lower health. Okay, let's go check out the Izba.
Shaggy fir trees are hugging a roughly built house as if they are trying to close up a wound on the mossy bed of the forest. This Izba is usually empty in the summer, but Ayrat notices human footprints leading to the ravine. Hunters often store supplies in case of a rainy day. Likewise, in this Izba, you find a bark box with canned goods. You stealthily put the supplies in your bag. You are able to find some Cuckoo's Tears flowers and pick them while reading Zagavers. The tracks lead to a foggy ravine and disappear near its edge. You stop in hesitation. Are they worth following? A slimy fog flows at the bottom of this ravine. First, you hear hissing, and then a man emerges from the dark. Living snakes slither up and down his staff. He's dragging a whining wolf with red eyes on a chain.
God helps.
God helps. Let the wolf go. It's no ordinary beast.
I'm not playing games with you, girl. I can see that you are a knower yourself. These werewolves is my prey. So if you want to leave here alive, don't stand in my way.
Listen, give me this werewolf and I will lift his curse. Why do you want him anyway?
Lift the curse? So what? As soon as he entered my ravine, I saw by his eyes that he was a werewolf. I'll lift the curse myself as soon as we get to the village. And his relatives will reward me for that. And if I make him human now, I'll have to watch over him. If he's on a chain like this, he'll run there by himself.
So you want a reward? Will you accept it from my hands?
Why not? I have the herbs I need right here. Do you have rubbles?
This werewolf is not for your Khaldun business.
Perhaps. I'll see you as a werewolf too, when you run out of strength.
And the poison got me. The poison got me, but you know what? I can handle that. I can handle that. Let's just change out Hawk Feather for the Army Worm. And that will just completely destroy any hope he has of winning. Because that's what was getting me, was that poison. But if I'm immune to poison, ha! Joke's on you, mother... Of course I could just paid him, I guess, but... My money, not his.
When the hissing of the last snakes grows silent, you find some cuckoo's tears nearby. Several Zagavers, and the werewolf is disenchanted.
Vasilisa, what happened? Where are we?
You were turned into a wolf, and then a snake Khaldun nearly took you.
You tell the girl about the recent events and help her get to the road leading to Pakcha. After that, you continue along your way.
The Khaldun and his snakes. Take our river of his Haika, for instance. People say that in the olden days, a mighty and wicked Khaldun lived on the left shore, across from our village. He had mastery over snakes. He could summon them and tie them into knots. He wasn't the boastful kind, but knew his business well. Once, he wanted to set his snakes on our village, but couldn't manage it. Around that time of year, the winds had blown seeds of the Marichich herb onto the right shore. The snakes were afraid of it and wouldn't swim across to the other side. Thus, the sorcerer didn't succeed at his misdoings.
The closer you are to Palyut, the grimmer the hunter becomes. This is also reflected in the falcon. The bird becomes weaker, as if its malady is returning. The wolf path leads you to the naked bones of the Palyut stone. Ayrat points to the mountain. The werewolves went in that direction. He stops mid-sentence. You see two creatures between the trees. You can't make them out clearly in the dark. A wolf and a man. A tall man walks between the opening branches. A beast following him obediently turns out to be only a cub. You can make out leftover human clothes. It is a boy that you know, Petka. If he dies in wolf form, he will also die as a human. You can't afford to miss your mark. The man strides on, and you try to follow him. It seems for a moment the werewolf recognizes you, but after the stranger's touch, his eyes become those of a beast again.
Wait, isn't that cursed Petka?
God helps. Who are you?
The man looks at you sullenly and doesn't say a word. You don't feel the presence of demons, and he doesn't look like a Leshy.
Let the wolf cub go. It's not a beast. You hear me?
The man doesn't pay you any attention and walks on.
Petka, it's me, Vasilisa. Remember?
The cub looks at you, but doesn't recognize you. There's nothing human in his eyes.
Maybe I can remind Petka that he's not a wolf. Look what I found, Petka. Don't you want to banish some Khalduns?
The cub runs to you sheepishly. The stranger watches Petka with gloomy eyes, but doesn't try to stop him. You leave the stranger alone. He's about to disappear into the trees, but Ayrat blocks his way. The stranger raises his furry fists and gets ready for a fight.
Oh, and we got a new friend, Antipka. During his time as Nikoda of Perm's governor, he learned the subtleties of political affairs. Bonus -10 at the end of battle, so we lose money if we don't send him on an errand. That is not good.
When you feel that you've won the battle, the stranger runs away towards Palyut with inhuman speed. He leaves the wolf cub behind.
Ah, damn, he escaped.
What are you doing? Why did you attack the man?
I had to make sure it wasn't Aleshi. I had to make sure it wasn't Aleshi. It turned out to be just that.
Doesn't look like it. But even if it were the case, attacking Aleshi in the forest? Are you crazy?
I have my own score to settle with him. Let's camp here. We need to catch her breath.
The Bashkir frowns and starts to make a fire. All that's left for you is to deal with Petka. The Bashkir frowns and starts to make a fire. All that's left for you is to deal with Petka. You approach the werewolf boy. His eyes are silently begging you for help. You perform the ritual, and the wolf cub turns into Petka. The boy loses consciousness. You lay him in your camp and catch your breath.
Ooh, and that guy has a 50% chance of getting herbs. Very nice. Certainly won't say no to that, now will I? Let's see, do we have any preferred status? He prefers mind. He prefers weather. Weather or not, we have
Stream
a weather.
Elements
Yes, we do.
said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
We only have one, so we'll have him go do that. And then mind. Let's see, do we have any minds? Yes, we do. Fly as a fiery snake. Very good for a snake guy. Go do your thing. Calamity. We do have one. Two. Which one would be better? That one is worth more and it takes less time. So there, we will go blind. And then mind. We had a mind one, didn't we? No, we did not. Don't have any mind ones. So 1 1 5 2 5 2, and it's only a day. Make husband and wife quarrel. That sounds like a plan. You'll go do that, friend. Very good. And we have a knowledge ability. I really want to be level 15 so our words do more damage, but we are not there yet. I guess I could do Help of Saints too. Seems like some characters are starting to do a lot of damage. Maybe that is what I will do. I am not having any problem with money, so I am not worried about trade. Thinking maybe sleight of hand too, so we can use more herbs too. Maybe just orders so we can draw more orders and do more what we want. Choices, choices, choices indeed. Choices indeed. It's not like we can actually use the orders, it just gives us a chance to... Well, unless, you know, there are orders that we can... But... I think I'll go ahead and do Help of Saints. Both of those are level 15. But by the time I get to level 15, I'll have two, because that will be level 14 and level 15. So yeah, that's what I'll do. And I might go for White Eloquence too, because we do have a few cards that are white for well-versed, like Avoil and Abel and Moon Brothers. So yeah, we'll probably at least go for the white well-versed, considering our deck right now.
We're getting close. I say this with all my divinating Susietka authority.
Can you divine anything else?
Nah, I've always been bad at foretelling. Who is? The other Susietkas are also guessing, and they usually off the mark. Don't worry, Vasya. We'll help you and yours. Still, you should stock up on Cuckoo's tears.
Where are we? I can't remember. It's hard to speak. Seems unfamiliar.
Have you seen other wedding guests?
I can't remember. It's like it was all in a fog, as if they were running. Nikolai was there, beside me. We were back in here, as if called by someone. We ran as fast as we could. That's how we were separated. Then, I met an old man. He took me. The others are still near. I still feel it.
How do you feel?
I can't remember. I used to live in a village, not in the forest, right? How much time has passed? A lot?
The boy stares at the flames without blinking. It seems that he is lost in his thoughts.
Who was that man with you?
The old man. He was bringing me home. I was following him. I heard everything in the forest with them. We heard you too. A kind old man he was.
You weren't very surprised by the spirit.
It's not my first day in the forest. I've seen things.
So now we climb the mountain?
The werewolves are running to the pack leader, the master of this mountain. I know the way. I'll guide you. Rest now.
Who was that man? He doesn't look like a Chort.
This was Shuralea from Palud. Who else? I would recognize him in any form. Werewolves run towards him. If no words of priests don't turn them back, they stay wild beasts for life. A person dear to me disappeared once, and old Yegor helped me to make a charter. The Leshri didn't give her back anyway. He took her for himself. He, by Palud. That means it was him. He was afraid to show himself to me. Now we're going to track him down.
Was it long ago that old Yegor helped you?
Long ago. You were still little. When the charter didn't help, we went searching by ourselves. We found my wife, but it was too late.
Seek me out, girl, and I will grant you knowledge. I can help you gain a better grasp of your book and all the wisdom contained within.
After several hours of rest, you go on your way. Among the forests, at the foot of Palud, you almost forget that Cherdin is somewhere near. This forest looks like it was born at the dawn of time. Your thoughts return to the wedding. Could you do something to prevent Alexander from doing this? Or was this all predetermined by fate?
Noah versus Noah, part 2 of 3. So they're sitting like that, eyeballing each other. As soon as one tries to say something, the other seals his mouth. I lay whispering to myself as my Granny Glacia taught me. I walk with a blessing from Ispa to the porch, from the porch to the yard, from the yard to the gates, under the bright sun, to the wide field, and I see the Lord's holy church, its royal doors open, the servant of God. Igor charms himself from coldoons and witches and the likes of them, those who cast spells against me, those who kill trees in the forest and sand in the sea. May the stars shine brightly upon me, now and forever. Amen.
Evil spirits pull you out of your thoughts. You see their burning eyes among the trees. You stop, feeling witching forces near one of the old pines. You look up. Its branches reach to the skies, and it seems like they have no end, reaching to the top of the world. By the tree roots, you make out a trail of blood leading east. You come closer to the tree. Its heavy branches hide you from the outer world. You feel that you have entered an ancient place of an alien power. You follow your witch's sense and study the old pine tree. Among the old roots, you find an ancient bronze figurine looking like a man with a moose head. You sense strong sorcery coming from this item. The hunter says the pack caught a mighty moose here. They dragged it somewhere to the east. The hunter says the pack caught a mighty moose here. You smell blood as moonlight shines over the wolves gorging themselves in a wild feast. Some of the beasts have red eyes. There's a werewolf in this pack, but it looks like he hasn't been allowed to the prey yet. The sated wolves don't interfere with you when you approach the werewolf. You start to whisper the ritual words, but quickly realize that you can't bring back a werewolf who has tried animal food. The beast tries to bite you, and you jerk your hand away. Judging by the remains of clothing, it's one of the bridesmaids. You smell blood as moonlight shines. The pack senses your smell and surrounds you in anticipation of defending their prey. You take a deep breath. You cannot kill the werewolf. When the frightened remnants of the wolf pack disappear behind the trees, you take a step towards the werewolf. You perform the ritual, and the wolf turns into a bridesmaid. As soon as you lift the curse, you feel the fourth seal cracking. You're on the right path.
Where am I? Everything is in a fog.
I came in time. If you had eaten anything, then...
You tell the girl what happened, and help her get to the path leading to Bakcha. after which you go on your way.
Don't eat Aleshis. Another method so that you aren't bound to Aleshi forever is to not eat anything. Once, a mother started cursing at her son. "Aleshi take you," she said. All of a sudden, the sky got dark, and the wind kicked up. An old man flew inside wearing a basket on his back. "Climb in," he said. Soon the Leshy and the boy were standing in front of Isba in the forest. A tall woman was waiting for them inside. "Feed him," the man said, but he wouldn't eat. The old man went away and came back. "Has he eaten?" "No, he hasn't touched a thing, not even a piece of white bread." The man flew away again, but the boy still wouldn't eat anything. The old man returned soon after. "Has he eaten?" "No, he hasn't." The old man then returned the boy to his mother.
Ayrat continues to lead you along the tracks. Soon, the path is surrounded by overhanging trees that look like church walls. In a couple of steps, your way is blocked by a wall of tangled branches. Ayrat frowns and pulls out his axe. You insist on finding another way, and the Bashkir reluctantly agrees. Before getting back on the path, you spend a lot of time and strength. Ayrat continues to lead you along the track. Ayrat clears the path, and you continue on your way. You hear the gentle gurgling of a creek nearby, as well as the steady sighing of branches. You can feel evil spirits. Ahead, on a stone, a Rusalka is combing her slimy hair.
Travelers, come closer. You can rest here after your long journey.
Don't try your black arts on us. We are Khaldoons ourselves.
It seems that Ayrat has succumbed to sorcery. He steps towards the undead. You grab his sleeve and whisper a Zagavar. The sorcery vanishes. The Rusalka hisses in anger.
Why are you here, you Khaldoons?
Wait, don't be angry. We need to get to the top. We're not going to spoil your creek.
Yes, this is my creek, mine. You want to pass? Pledge a sacrifice to me. Then I'll let you pass. And tell you about the treasure. The other knower left it here, not far away.
What kind of sacrifice do you want?
I know churches ask you Khaldoons for jobs. Let one of them bring a man to me. As you can see, I only wish for some company.
Be it as you wish. I'll order my chort to bring someone.
Oh, very good. Look here. There is a passing. If you go east, you'll find a cave. A Khaldoon died there. Don't look at me. I didn't kill him. I don't know the reason.
You cross the creek, watching the Rusalka attentively, but she disappears behind the sedge and doesn't show herself. The winding creek leads you to an unwelcoming cave. In the gloomy darkness, you make out gray human bones. The air is full of sorcerous power, seeping out of the remains and out of the pestir that's lying nearby. The clothes are long gone, and all you can say about the deceased is that he died very long ago. Perhaps his remains weren't scattered by wild beasts, because there is still some power left in this place. You open the pestir, and several famished and frightened chorts emerge from it. They quickly disappear in the darkness. Inside, you see an old spindle that gives off a malicious power. Who knows? Maybe it was this thing that killed the previous owner. A sharp pain pierces your hand when you touch this accursed item. Unable to resist, you put the spindle in your bag. Not far from the top of Palud, you find a glade, basking in the moonlight. It's close to the drop, opening to the forests around you. You feel you can find some healing herbs here. Your thoughts return to the day of the wedding, when you were searching for herbs. You recollect the stories old Yegor used to tell you of Khaldoons who lost a duel. You never thought it could happen to you.
Noah vs. Noah, Part 3 of 3. Both Uncle Makar and Uncle Nikita are sitting there, beads of sweat on their foreheads, eyes bloodshot. All of a sudden, Nikita goes limp like an empty sack. Oh, the things Makar did to him. He bound him to the tub, with words, not with a rope, and made him eat pig slop. Then he made him wash with stove soot. Nikita starts begging him to stop, and Makar tells him, "You get what you deserve. Now go on, but don't wash your mug until morning." Then he says to me, "So you saw all that, did you, Igor? Well, forget what you've seen and don't tell anyone."
I barely remember what happened before the forest grandpa took me. Where did we live, Vasilisa?
Oh, you're from Bakhcha, Petька.
He'll remember in time. I've seen it once before. A hunter was led astray by a Shurale, but that one didn't completely come to his senses. This one is still young. He will.
That's all right, Petька. We'll make you better. You'll remember.
I want to go home, Vasya, to my mother.
Are you ready to take on the Leshy?
Well, we didn't came all this way for nothing.
I don't think so. You're not ready. They ruined your wedding, and you let him sleep near the foot of the mountain. Why would this be any different? We cannot let him escape. I know what we should do. The Leshy draws his power from the forest. Palud Forest is strong, and the Leshy is strong also. We need to set the trees on fire. We will light one here, near the tops. Then Shurale will grow weak. Allah Birga, he won't escape. Well, what do you think?
This plan you've thought up is a sin. This forest feeds you.
All right. You do as you like.
Cherden is somewhere out there. I can't make it out from here. A little to the north is Vilgard, Bakcha. They're waiting for Nikolai there. Cherden is somewhere out there. I can't make it out from here.
Vasia, I'm scared. When are we going back?
Stop whining. Be glad you're alive.
The boy bites on his lip and hides his tears behind the torn sleeve of his shirt. The trail leads to the very top. The iron smell doesn't bode well. You start to speed up, but notice a werewolf ahead of you and stop. His grinning face is missing a fang, and his eyes have almost no traces of humanity left. The werewolf closes the distance. It looks at you sullenly, measuring your power.
It will be difficult for me to reach the human inside. How do I address him? Fetka, don't you remember me?
The werewolf steps slow down. You see the hesitation in its eyes. You seem to be on the right track.
What should I remind him of so he would want to crawl out of the wolf hide? What did he— Stop pretending to be a beast, Fyodor. You're a musician. How will you hold your accordion with wolf paws?
Your words make the werewolf jump, as if you splashed him with boiling water. Then it shakes its head and moves towards you.
You, Fetka, will die as a wolf. Each day you'll lose more and more. Your accordion's already gone. And it's not the only thing gone. Come with me. I'll help you get it all back. What has Fetka lost? And I will be able to get it back to him. How can you be without your accordion? Let's go to the Cherden market. We're sure to find something there.
The trail leads to the very top. The iron smell doesn't bode. The werewolf closes.
It will be difficult for me to reach Fetka. Don't you remember?
The werewolf.
What should I remind him of so he would— Stop pretending to be a beast.
Your words.
You, Fetka, will come with me. What has Fetka lost? And I will be able to get it back to him. Don't be silly, Fetka. I know you want to be human again. Come here. Everything will be alright. You'll see.
The werewolf approaches you warily and quietly waits for the ritual to be over. Before your eyes, the wild beast turns back into the accordion player Fetka.
Oh my lord. What's going on? Where am I?
The wedding was cursed. The groom and some other people were transformed. All will be well soon.
The wedding? Nikolai's? Oh, I must have drunk too much at the wedding feast the other evening.
What's the last thing you remember?
We were talking on the wagon.
Well, at least you still have your memory. Ah, you haven't eaten any wolf food. I made it in time.
Lord, help me. Where are we? Did I hit my head or something?
Wait, Fyodor. We'll talk later. Look after him while I take care of some other business. Don't follow me. It's dangerous out here.
Alright. I don't understand any of this.
I'll explain later.
Near the peak, you see the inky black mouth of a cave, standing in contrast to the ruthless wildfire around it. Ayrat is waiting for you by the entrance, looking thoughtfully into the darkness.
Shoralio won't get away from us. He'll have to answer for the wedding, as well as for my falcon, as well as for my family.
Are you insane? You're burning the same forest that feeds you.
Feeds me? Feeds me, you say? So what of it? What of my life? What of someone else's life? When he drags everyone who gets close to it into the abyss, I won't serve as cattle to be fattened up for the butcher. Look into the ravine. Do you see the darkness? Let all you priests go there with the candles. They won't make it go away. Do you think we can bargain with it? It won't make a sound. It's wild as a night, as the northern wind. What are we to it? Undergrowth, rot. You can't bargain with it, but you can take vengeance upon it.
Ayrat.
No! Would your wedding be cursed without this demon? Would your friends become wolves? I think not. It wanted it. It got it. And now, it's feeding on their souls and laughing at us.
Ayrat takes a step forward and disappears into the dark opening of the cave. You try to catch up to the hunter, but he escapes you as if in a dream. The fiery darkness smells of blood and burning wood. In the deep of the cave, you find the wolf shepherd and a werewolf in a ragged soldier's coat. Beside them is a pack of wolves, Ayrat's body by their feet.
What's wrong with Ayrat?
He didn't leave my pack any choice.
Ayrat told me you killed his wife. And now you killed him?
Killed his wife? He thought so. But it's not true. You know yourself that I'm not a Newell spirit. I remember what happened. The fiery short is to blame for that death. I know who's to blame. Though I think you're not ready to learn it.
I'm ready.
You know yourself who sends shorts. And that short smelled of your sorcery.
But I wasn't a witch then.
Yes, you were too young. But your shorts were owned by another Khaldun.
It can't be. I need to break the wolf seal.
I know, this is your choice. A hard and a difficult one. Nikolai will break the seal.
Who are you?
I think you know. You mention me in your Zagavers quite often.
Wolf Shepherd. I came for the soldier.
You want to take him, but he will be better with me, safer.
Among wolves?
His soul will be safe. He can always fall from grace among men. But be it as you wish. You didn't walk all this way in vain. Take Nikolai, but I have to go.
The wolf shepherd disappears in the acrid smoke of fire in front of your eyes. You quickly perform a ritual for Nikolai. Nikolai opens his eyes, and before you can say anything, the black book flies out of your hands. One more seal is broken. The seal breaks with a flash and clash of force. You look around. It seems as if the fire has combined with ancient sorcery to begin to destroy this cave.
Hold on! The cart's about to turn over! Vasilisa! What? Fire?
Jesus Christ, you remember! So you haven't eaten anything! That's at least one good piece of news.
I think wife and I, we were on our way to get married with the guests.
That's right. We were cursed. I couldn't protect you.
Cursed? How? Where are we?
The procession has turned to wolves, Kolya. I think the cave is about to collapse. I'll explain everything later. We need to get out of here. there anybody there? Proshka? This fog is so cold. I need to get out. I think Cherden is to the west. Right. But where's west? Maybe if I can come to a glade, I will be able to tell.
And so we are a little over halfway there. The wolf seal has been unlocked. Forever and ever, well versed, weakness 2, all enemies firm 1. So that's probably just mainly to weaken the enemies from doing too much damage. Omura River. Inflict damage equal to health lost in the previous turn. It doesn't really fit with our current build. You know, we're trying not to lose health, but that could be interesting, I suppose. Salafiel. Fierce 3 and 6 shield. Now that is interesting, a fierce shield. I like the idea of that. It gives us 6 shield at first, but as the battle goes on, it'll give us more and more shield, which kind of fits with our deck a little bit, just because of how we have our Smertea and Griha. That could certainly be interesting. What would I replace it with? A Voil? That would kind of, we wouldn't want to get the skill for the well-versed white, but because at first it would do just as much as a Voil without verse, more or less, and then it just goes from there. Abel's really good if we get the style, especially considering our Damascus Stone, because that triggers that twice. So I kind of don't want to get rid of Abel. I guess I could get rid of Moon Brothers. At this point we have a fair amount of attack between Smertea, Griha, and the Damascus Stone. I don't want to get rid of Ugasil. I mean, do I? At this point we have items that essentially takes away waste. No, it doesn't really take it away though, does it? Well, I don't know if we'll end up fighting somebody with waste again. I know I keep preparing for fighting against waste, but I think I'm going to stop doing that. If I come across a battle with waste, I will just reload and fight and get our thing for the waste. I think that's what I'm going to do. Instead of continuing to assume we'll fight somebody with waste, I think that's what I'm going to do. So that said, I think I will replace Ugasil with Salafiel, because that looks really nice. Swipe Articulacy Keys 2 increases number of keys in your Zagavor for 2 turns. Okay, now that sounds good. That means we can do more keys in the Zagavor, right? Now that sounds good. Babushka Atamanushka. So yeah, so that would take a key slot. But then for the next 2 turns, we can do an extra key. So yeah, I definitely want that. Of course, at this point, the question is, what do I want to get rid of? I guess we'll get rid of Jotun the Pleaser. I really want that thingy, so I'll go ahead and get rid of a couple of key tongues, I guess. Lowers our attack ability a little bit. But once we start getting the Damascus Stone going, I mean, that just starts adding up, because we do the defense and it just keeps adding up. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. Oh, will you look at that? It is 1800. Okay, give me a second to get the save loaded, because I think it loaded as soon as we came in here. Okay, go to the map and go to the first area real quick. Okay, where's the encyclopedia page? There's one encyclopedia. Okay, we'll go here first, I think. Because we will make sure to get all the encyclopedia pages, so it doesn't seem that hard to do.
Ghostly silhouettes arise from the
Okay,
haze.
that's saved there,
First,
right?
an old galbetz, then a crooked cross made out of mossy branches. You carefully walk along the rotting fence and shiver against your will. In a haze,
Yeah, that's
a
saved
flock
there.
of
Okay, we're good.
blackbirds sweeps through.
Okay,
breaking
so
the
it is
silence.
1800,
A
which means
heartbeat,
it is time
and
to end. We will be playing Star Wars tomorrow. We will be continuing the Trooper route, which we started Wednesday. We started the first planet a little bit, and I'm already really liking the Boom Boom. Starting off with that missile launcher, that's as good as I thought it would be. Let's see if we have somebody we want. Yes, we do. We have somebody we want to raid. I see her right off the bat. The hells? Why am I unable to load emotes? Hold up, this is weird. What do you mean I am unable to load emotes? There it is. Okay. Let me get the raid message out here. Stay safe, friends, and maybe I will see you tomorrow.